Alert. Hello. I forgot to charge my stream phone, so I was about to take y'all outside. And then I realized it was dead. So, let it fast charge a few minutes. And then, let me switch chargers. Faster charger. Charge faster. Oh well. I will refill my drink. I'm good. Refill this. Oh, did I not change my notification? Sorry. Oh yeah, my bad. I just saw my title and kept it the same. Sorry. That's a morning type of event. Bob the Builder, hell yeah. I'm trying to go outside right now, but my phone needs to hit 3%. Bro! What the fuck? This was a fast charger. It doesn't feel fast. Where is my fast? I know I have a fast charger. Where is it? Try this charger instead. Oh gosh. Look at that. This this one any faster? Maybe? Yes, no? Did I fuck it up? Oh no. Come on! Turn on! No, this doesn't say it's fast. But it should be. Oh, it is fast charging now. Okay. It's just not super fast. Base or the cord? I'm gonna eat my snack while I wait for my phone to charge. How do you unfollow? I heard if you go to downbad.com and subscribe, that'll make you unfollow. What's good? I'm just waiting for my phone to charge a little bit so we can go stream with my puppy. But it's being slow. I didn't realize it was not charged until I went live, and I was like, oh fuck. Otherwise I would have waited, but here we are. For someone named the Civic XP, you don't seem very civic. And by that I mean, like, you know, community. You seem to be kind of anti-community here. You eat like a pig. Thank you. I know. That's what I said. I didn't say being nice. I said part of a community. You don't seem to be very community driven. You seem to be kind of anti. Very toxic. But anyways. That is true. I guess we do live in a society that can be kind of toxic. But welcome. Thank you for chatting and increasing my viewership. I appreciate it. I guess you are contributing to the community in that respect. I'm gonna give you something even kinder than a ban. I'm gonna time you out for like, I don't know. Can we do 2-week timeout still? Because then he can still get my notifications but not be able to talk. And I feel like that's a good way to punish the toxic. Let's see. Oh, we can. Nice. I win. That was fun. The protein bar and the lemonade drink don't mix. I always forget. Lemon does not mix with chocolate. I'm gonna plug in a different charger now. Just so I can find my portable charger. Shut up, Steven! 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 Yeah, whatever. What's up, princess? I have come to play. Stay. 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 Thank you. Hello, my babies. Okay. Okay. Hold on. No, oh my gosh. My lovies. I'm being attacked with love. Okay. Oh. Chill. What's that doing? What's she doing? Kind of. Hi, Ella. Hello. Nope. Off, Loki. Get off. Off. Thank you, sir. I know. I don't want you stretched out that far. Mm-hmm. Hello. There you go. Hello. Hey, princess. Hey, princess. Hello. My babies. That's my babies. You're my babies. Yeah. You're my babies. I love you too. I love you. Hi, Noxie. What's up, Noxie? Hi, Daddy Dog. Oh. Hi, Ella. It's a sweet toy. I thought just one. Oh, you sweet babies. Oh, hello. So dirty today. Y'all so muddy. Yeah, that pool looks the same. It still looks good. Pool cleaners suck. No. Here's my good boys. Good boys. Boy. That's a good boy. Yeah. He's such a good boy. That's a good boy. Pee all over the place. I mean, outside. They don't pee inside. No, they're good boys. They're good boys, y'all. They're good boys. He calling y'all. Go see. Oh, was it a door opening? I thought he whistled at y'all too. The door. It was the door squeaking. Y'all so sweet. I love both of you too. Love my babies. These my babies. These brothers. Hello. Hello. That's some good bros. Loki, sit. 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 Good boy. Thank you. Good boys. Good boys. Mom. It's like, good, they're off of her. And now I can get on. Good. Take advantage. Yes, sir. Mama. Are you sneaking in under here? Silly. That's a good Loki. He's a good boy. What are y'all doing? Hey. Come down here and do that. Get down here. Get down here. Thank you. Oh, bark. We bark. We barketh. You Loki baby. A Loki baby. What's up? What's up? What are you eating? What are you doing? No. Yeah. I know. They're so happy. Look, happy doggies. Happy doggies. You're so cute. You know that? You know you're cute. Which one is that? This is Loki. Little Loki. He's a lap dog. He's a love bug. Oh. Oh, Princess, hi. No, no, no. No, hi, Ella. Stop. Don't lick my face, you poop eaters. All right. No. Too much for them. No. Stop. Stop. I'm sorry. Hi. Goofy. There you Goofy. Goofy Goober. Hey. How you doing? How you doing? Oh my gosh, I'm so muddy. Hi, Daddy Dog. I have no hands left. Hi, Loki. What's up? What is it? Hi. Puppies. 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 Oh, puppies. Oh, he got jealous. He said, me. Okay. Any space I have, immediately taken. Okay. Conga line. There you go. Hello. Nope. No, we love you too. Oh my gosh. Oh, you have me up to yourself now. Wow. 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 Nope, we run off. Hi, Noxie. Hi, Noxie. Hi, Noxie. How are you doing, Noxie? You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Hi, Daddy Dog. You're a good boy. Everyone going to see. mess. Now you know why I have overalls on. What's up, Noxie? Oh, my dirty doggy. Oh man. That's my old man. Hi. 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 Loki. Sorry, dogs. Oh, there he goes. Hi, Noxie. Yeah. He's a good dog. That's a good boy. Just a good boy. That's a good boy. Yeah. Hi, Ella. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hello. Wow. Even more messy. Okay. Hi, Knox. We got a raid. Thanks for the raid. Hello. Hello, old man. Oh, yeah. Hi, Ella. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nox. Noxie. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Oh my goodness, so happy. Stop. Princess, why back in the water? You're about to go inside. Oh my goodness. Ah. That's a boy. Woof, woof, woof. Yeah, good. Nice. Nice. Hi. Good boy, too. Hello. 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 I just exist for you to get muddy. Knox, out of the water. No, you are sopping wet. Get off. Go dry off first. Go roll around. Oh, well. Whatever. Oh, okay. Wow. You know what? I'm already gross. Fuck it. You look so happy. So happy to be messy. Ryder, oh God. No, he got the toy. Okay. Living your life, being a dog. Just being a dog. Being a dog. Just being a dog. Being a dog. Yeah. Being a dog. Ryder, why did you get in it too? Why? They said, you need a bath. We have come to make you wet and wash away our dirt. I guess. Alright, come on. Alright. Thanks. Oh, okay. Okay. Just ran with all your force. Now Ella's getting in the pool and everybody's doing it. Hi, Dad, dog. Okay. I'm so happy. There's a raid. Oh my gosh. So happy. No, I love you too. I love you too. Thank you. Same. Just a lap dog. Just a lap dog. Hi. Hello, mommy. Hello, mommy. Oh, no. I wasn't ready for that. Oh. Okay. Oh, go see. Go see it. No? Okay. Oh, now I can see it. Hi, Ella. Oh, Ella. My Ella. My Ella. Oh, Ella. That's Ella. Oh, Ella. Ella. Wiggly. Wiggly. So wiggly. You're a beautiful Ella. My beautiful girl. Y'all crazy. Y'all crazy adorable. Crazy loving. Crazy rowdy. Crazy dirty. Very dirty. Oh, hello. I never have an empty lab. No. Hello, Ryder. Okay. Good boy. What's up, good boy? Good boy. Hi, princess. Good job. Good sits. Hello. Hi, Dad. Nuxie. Good boy. Good boy. Nux. Nuxie. Skeeves are coming out. Some all wet. Yeah. Woof. I'm sorry. Good boy. Woof. Woof. Good boy. Woof. Woof. Good boy. Woof. Good boy. Woof. 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 Good boy. Woof. Good boy. Woof. Good boy. Woof. That's a good boy. Woof. Good boy. Oh, I see. It's almost time for dinner. All right. I should go clean myself. I've never heard anything from my neighbors about dog barking. They have dogs too. But, you know. those crazy doggos. Mostly fine. So needy. So persistent. All right. Let's see. Check the mail. Let's see. It's in here. Whoa! It's like Christmas. That's Nick's. It's Nick's. Oops, that was loud. Hope it wasn't fragile. Let's see. This one's mine. This one's mine. That's his. That's his. And that's his. Okay. I have two things. I just recorded a UAP out of a plane. Or what? What'd you see? Was it a bird? Was it a plane? How many kilowatts of solar do you have? I don't know. I have no idea. Got some new posture things to try, but I don't feel like trying it right now. I'll just carry it over and carry one of my shirts over. Yeah. I got a pink shirt, riding shirt. Over some snackies. Do my horses compete? Sometimes. Not that much. Not anything on an Olympic level. Oh, he's talking to someone. Not like racing or anything. It's cute. It's got like a little frilly collar, a little bedazzle. It's cute. Yes. Favorite colored gloves, but in a slightly bigger size. So my nails are long. And then got another pink. It's like pink, purple, mauve. I don't know what to classify it as, but it's a pretty color too. So it goes with a lot of these shades. That one's pretty close. This brooch color. It's pretty good. I like it. got a matching set for my niece and for me of these pink and white shirts. Very cute. I like this pattern. Very country. Keep this one in the package for now. The same type, just child size. Do, do, do. Throw some trash away, wash my hands. DMX is coming for you. Who's that? And define coming. I will fight you, motherfucker. Why are you so loud? Why are you so loud? Why are you so annoying, huh? Wanna fight me? You wanna go? Do you wanna go? Shut the fuck up. Why do you do this all day? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, Steven. What's up? No, I'm not gonna fuck you, little bro. He's so horny. Ugh. Alright. Let me call this man, see if he can come get this bird. So I don't have to listen to him all night.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, can you come get Steven? He's annoying.
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm gonna get chicken. I'm doing a Discord call and I'll grab Steven.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. This plays on a loop in my nightmares. Oh, there you go. Interesting. Oh my gosh, go back in the damn hole. What the fuck? Throw this. Finally. It's child-proof, yeah. You know, even nails this long, I find things hard to do. I can't imagine people that have, like, the claws. I don't understand. How do you do anything? How do you use the phone? How do you use the keyboard? How do you function? How do you wipe? I don't get it. I don't understand. Anybody gotten a hand job from a girl with claws? What's that like? Anyways, I'm just curious. I don't think women with claws, can you punch at all? I feel like you just stab yourself. You know, I feel like you have to just swipe. How do you even make a fist? How do you close your hand when you have claws on? I don't get it. I don't know. Because, like, when I get, like, the little tiny little tips put on, right? When you get small nails at the nail salon, on the tip, they start off, like, the full-length claw, and then they trim to whatever length you want. And so when they put the whole claw on me and then let the glue dry, I'm like, I'm so uncomfortable. Like, even just, like, holding my hand out with the claws, I'm like, I don't know what to do with these. I don't know. I don't get it. Can't understand what the appeal is. How do girls with it's the first search. How do girls with long nails wipe is the first thing that comes up when you put how do girls with.
Your nails is so long. How do you wipe your... So, I had got my nails did for this movie character I'm playing. But normally, I have natural nails because my nails grow pretty long. So when I got these coffin cut extendos, I did not know what to do. I thought for sure they was all going to break off within 1 to 2 business hours. But it's been 5 weeks and they still here. So, I'm not getting a feel. I'm finna cut them off. But before I do, I'm gonna let y'all know some tips on if you want to be a long nail baddie too.
Just
Picking
answer
up
the
a coin off the floor, use a business card.
Oh my
or
gosh.
another
What if you don't
coin.
have one nearby?
Unstucking your bank card, use nail clippers or duct tape. Opening a package, don't use your nails, use scissors
You
or
gotta
a knife.
upgrade your purse size just
Pushing
for
buttons,
these nails.
don't use your nails, use your knuckles. Slipping
my
on your
gosh.
J's, long nails are jewels, not tools, use a shoehorn.
Do you use your knuckles
Searching
to wipe?
in a purse or drawer, use a shoehorn or an ink pen. Pulling a handle, use your hand. Typing a text, use your knuckles. Taking out your contact lenses, use your knuckle. And a brand new toothbrush or Q-tip. How do you wipe your... With a gang of tissue so you don't cut the goodies. And flushable wipes to make sure you're all clean. Follow me for more wife piece baddie advice. Your nails is so long.
Wait, so when you give yourself claws, you have to act like you're declawed and use your knuckle. What is the point of having the claws then? This is so stupid. Too much work. No, thank you. You have to act like you have your fingers cut off to use your hands to. It's retarded. I don't get it. Whatever. I don't even think it's attractive. This is terrifying. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's as if having pink hair and this much eyeshadow wasn't enough repellent. Now she's got candy canes on her fingers. Looking like salad fingers over here. Is that the Nightmare Before Christmas one or something? The long ass hand.
Yes, ma'am. Up until this point, I
What
have
is
not answered
this?
it. The answer is so simple. Y'all are overthinking it. The reason I'm going to answer today is because currently I have a lifting nail. Shocking, I
Made
know.
for
So you
Halloween.
have
No.
a
I
lifting-
totally get it. If it's Halloween, if it's like you're doing a drag show, if it's like a costume where it's a temporary thing, but I'm mostly criticizing the people that like do this as their daily look with the long nails. Or I'm not criticizing, rather. I'm mostly dumbfounded by. That's a better word.
Yeah, you don't realize
Like
how
how?
much pressure you put on
How
your
do
nails
you
every
life?
single day. For all the
Why
baddies out there
do
who
you
struggle with
choose to
lifting,
torture
today I'm gonna
yourself?
show you not only how I wash my hair, but how I use a towel. Because that shit is so much pressure. How do I wash my hair? Brace yourself. I take my fingers, use the pads of my fingertips. We lather that shit up. Boom, baby. It's literally that easy. Okay, I should have done that second. But anyway, for the towel, the key will always be pick it up between the knuckles, never the claw. That is why your nails are lifting. Knuckle, knuckle. Even for the limb, between the finger. Ooh, oh my God, so dry. And for the legs, use the palms of your hand. Dry, squeaky clean. No lifting here. Another safe method, the fist. Take the fist, in you go. Armpits dry, nails intact. And boom,
Do they
baby.
not have animals? They must not have animals. Or kids. I don't... What? How does Cardi... She has nannies. Never mind. How does the normal woman do it? Who doesn't have nannies or pet sitters? How do they life? I don't understand. Oops. That's not even long, honey. We're not even... I mean, that's too long for me, but that's not long compared to the other two we saw. What the fuck is this?
What's up, all you long nail lovers? Here's a Yana
Oh!
and her lovely long nails. I have a couple of questions that I'm sure all of you are biting at the bits to hear the answers to.
On your toes?
I'm gonna
Looking like
start
a
off with
fucking
my
honey
first
badger
question.
over here. That's
So, Yana,
ridiculous.
I know the people are dying to know
Oh,
how
gosh.
do you wipe your butt with those long nails?
Yes, that is the number one question that I get asked. I'm going to do a little demonstration. Try to do a little demonstration to
Okay.
show you how I wipe my butt.
Okay.
So we can finally put this to rest.
Exactly.
Take a roll of paper like this.
Looks like you got it on a paper towel.
And then she just puts the whole roll between her butt crack and shimmies back and forth.
And then
That
I
would
do
make
like
more
this,
sense.
And I wrap it. And I wrap it. And I wrap it.
Kind of like mummy nails.
Yes. Then, okay. I wrap a lot. Okay,
Right.
a lot. I'm just going to do a little bit though. I
Okay.
wrap a lot. Take this.
More than that? You wrap more than that?
Side. Yes, a lot
You can use
more.
as much as you want.
Well, it's not bad. This is going to be good. But I use a lot.
What the
Probably 2 times
fuck?
more.
Right.
This. Okay. Okay, and then I take it and I put it in my right hand. Okay,
What if
so
you
set
take a
my
big
clothes
shit?
down.
You're gonna clog the toilet trying to clean yourself. This is
Then I
ridiculous.
get off the commode.
What the
And I
fuck?
bend down a little bit. And then I took my butt up in the air.
Make sure you get all up in there.
Look, you see it now?
Yeah.
There's the paper. And you see my nails?
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
And I take it and do this.
And make sure you get all up in there.
All up in there. See?
All right. And you use
And then
baby
my butt
wipes?
is, yes, I wipe it. And then I take it like this if I need to wipe again. I bend it into,
Because we don't want to wait.
wipe again, put in the garbage. I mean the commode, and if I need some more, I get some more. Actually, I do. I use it about 2 or 3
And
times.
you use baby wipes too.
And then I take the baby wipes. But did you get out there? I use it 2 or 3 times. Not only
We're
one
talking
time.
about Sam's amount. We're talking about a lot.
She said
of
put it in
A
the
lot of
garbage,
tissue.
so I guess it gets clogged. Oh my gosh. I don't understand the people who can just like highly inconvenience themselves on a daily basis for something that's not even aesthetically like attractive or functional. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't
A
understand.
lot of tissue.
Well, you gotta be clean.
You gotta be clean, girl, because
So-
people think that we're nasty and we're not. We clean
Exactly.
over and over and over.
You better get that
And
out
then
there.
I take diaper wipes.
Okay. And see how she's opening that thing?
These are the ones that are responsible for the toilet paper shortage during COVID. These bitches.
It's like a piece of cake for her.
I swear.
We're all wondering.
Okay, we don't want to take too much time because I'm going to use another one after this. I take this and I do the same thing.
Just to make sure it's clean.
Yeah, do the same thing. Make sure it's clean. Yeah, always, twice. And I sterilize my nails and I wash them real good.
There we go. So now,
Yeah, and that's what we can do.
How
next
long
time.
does
I
it
can show you
take to
how I
use
wash
the
my nails.
bathroom
cool.
at
So
that
now we
point
found
then?
out that she's not dirty in any way just because she has these beautiful long nails.
Beautiful.
So let's move on to the next question. When you're putting on your makeup in the
Yes.
morning
Uh-huh.
or any time of the day, for instance, let's say lip gloss. How would you put your lip gloss on? I know it would be tricky.
How do you
with those
put
long
shoes on?
Not really. Maybe to you it would
nails. See,
be.
you're gonna make it look like a piece of cake.
Maybe, yes, because I'm used to doing it.
That's what show
We
the
must
lip
never
gloss
leave
on.
the
That's
house.
a little bitty lip gloss.
How could you-
on,
Yes,
guys.
this is from Victoria's Secrets.
And let's see these long nails open
Okay,
that lip
I'm
gloss
just gonna
up.
screw it. See? Real simple, watch. Squirt it out and apply. Now I don't have a mirror in front of me, okay?
It's okay. So see, something that would look so challenging to us if we were the ones with those long nails is so simple to her. Ayana, who's had them for about 13 years. So she has all the techniques down to a T. Perfect. Another question that I think all of us are wondering is food
Close.
preparation.
Okay.
Food, do you cook?
Yes, I do cook. Not too often, but I cook.
Is it trouble? I mean, does it cause you a lot of trouble to cook? Opening jars, stirring? Do your nails get in the way?
Well, I have to have a lot of room because my nails are long and they, they touch things. So I do have to have a lot of room when I do cook. A good preparation area to prep the food.
Right.
And I proceed to cook. Now, the hardest thing for me to do is to get all my nails in the sink.
Really?
So I don't wash dishes too often. That's because I choose not to wash dishes that often. I have a granddaughter and I have a dishwasher. So I don't need to wash dishes.
Okay. And do you have any troubles getting dressed?
No, I don't have any trouble getting dressed. Everything that I do, it takes a little bit more time than the average.
Right.
I do it slowly and carefully.
Yeah, I guess so,
And,
with your
do
velociraptor
you
toe.
get a lot of breakage? I mean, is there any times where you accidentally chip a nail or break a nail doing your normal daily tasks?
Sometimes, but not too often. I don't break my nails too often. I did fall down the stairs a year ago. Probably a year ago, I fell down the stairs, and yes, I did break some of my nails, and yes, I did repair them.
That's good.
Yes.
And how about the weight of your nails? Does it cause any pain in your hands or fingers from carrying the weight of all 10 of those fingernails?
Well, as you know, my nails are capped. They have acrylic on them. They have acrylic underneath so that I can keep them clean.
Right.
So that I can keep them clean. And sometimes, I get refills. I'm constantly getting refills, yes, and that is to protect my nails.
Right.
And if I don't get a refill,
Imagine
yes.
being the nail salon lady, and she comes for the refills, and every time she comes to the salon, just more of your workspace is being taken over by the nail, and you have to, figure out new creative ways to get in. What is happening?
They might feel a little heavy, yes,
And
they
they'll
are.
hurt your hands and your fingers.
Well, they don't hurt a lot, but they hurt a little bit.
Their nails
where
are
do you
so
get your
long
nails?
that the nail person is sitting away from the desk, painting. It's what is happening?
Get my nails
She's like,
done by
this
the
and-
Mix Master, and her name is
Goodness.
Ayana.
Oh, yes.
What the fuck is happening?
I love her. MinxHouston.com.
You can see that artwork on
She's in Houston? I'm so ashamed.
there. Looks
Yes,
fabulous.
yes.
Looks fabulous.
Yes, and she's doing a documentary on me, and it's been a pleasure to know her.
It's been
Yes.
a pleasure to know you. And all of us out here, because I'm the voice of the people,
Yes,
we are
you are.
so interested, and we are chomping at the bits for every next segment of your documentary.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
It's been great having you, and I can't wait for our next session.
Thank you so much.
We
See
love
later.
you,
Love
Ayana,
too, sweetie.
and your
Bye.
nails. MinxHouston.com,
Miss
baby.
Houston.
Gosh. That's crazy. Oh gosh, hers are so pointy. Now, another one. Why do women like super long nails? Why? I want an explanation. This looks interesting first. Hold on. It's like a cat trying to use the phone. they like to turn heads. I would rather just wear like a Laura Croft pyramid boob bra every day than have long nails if I want to turn heads. At least I won't be handicapped. If you want something long and pointy, babes, it ain't your nails you should be doing. Alright? Struggle. Yeah, no, could not be me. Yeah, no thanks. This is the only reasonable application, is picking up like beads.
I need a Band-Aid.
That's what I was thinking, basically. It's like...
Ever wondered why so many people today wear long, shiny, and seemingly hard-to-handle acrylic nails? This question must have popped into your mind at least once. This trend, it's not just for show or to keep up with the latest fad. There's a deeper context, a connection that millions resonate with worldwide. These lengthy nails have become a personal statement, a unique form of self-expression, and an assertion of one's individuality. They're more than a superficial adornment. They're part of an ongoing cultural conversation.
There's gotta be more functional ways to express yourself.
A symbol of self-expression. From celebrity red carpets to corporate office spaces, flashy acrylic nails are everywhere, challenging stereotypes and changing perspectives. But what's with this trend? Why are these nails so prominent in fashion and self-expression? Is it merely about
the short
style,
ones are fine.
or is
Those
there
are
a
okay.
hidden narrative that we're overlooking? Well, to decode this,
see, these aren't
we
long
need to
enough
take a trip back in time.
to be important to
Our
me. This is what, that's not even that bad. Like what is that shit? I don't understand. Like claws. Like I don't. There's not much information about it. I can't believe there's only this many videos. That's weird. On all of YouTube? The fuck?
So have you guys heard this story? It's pretty funny. Sometimes you get some gems online, right? And Marwani's known as Rocky to the online community. I'd never heard of him before, but he made me laugh this morning. He's created a nails at first sight survival guide for men to help them avoid the pain of heartbreak. I know it doesn't make sense, but let me try and break it down for you. So the guide has already amassed over 220,000 likes, 84,000 retweets. According to Rocky, everything you need to know about a woman can be determined by simply looking at her nails. So here's some of the takeaways. Nail shapes, they equal mood. So there's a color scheme to it. If you've got, and now all the women in the studio are taking a look to see if this is accurate.
You picked the wrong time to do this.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of ways. Hey, I'm just reading the story. Right. This does not have anything to do with me. So nails, there's a certain safe color, which are more of the nudes that they're saying. Mm-hmm. Those are safe ones. There's nail dangerous colors.
Light.
You want to avoid yellow. If you go yellow, I think we've got. I think Juliana Zobrist is the yellow. They're saying she's dangerous, and we should stay away from her. Good luck with that segment later on.
So the more fiery the color, the more fiery the woman.
And I think that's probably accurate. Yeah, I think big personality. That's not a dangerous thing right there.
All right, fine. Let's get to the ladies of the DJ. Let's see what we got.
We are safe.
Right,
Okay.
safe.
Yes.
Right? And yellow doesn't mean...
No, stay right there. Stay right there.
That looks like
Sharp
calm.
nails. They say sharp nails mean you are dangerous.
Yeah.
DJ Lady Shy, stay away from her. The sharp nails.
That's why I get the confidence. So, you don't really think of it.
Not short. He said sharp.
See, the thing is that she's got the sharp nails because she needs to cut them records, yo.
Yeah. You guys look at nails? Todd, you look at nails?
That is a thing. That is 100%. I think women that take care of their hands, and of course they're gonna take care of their feet too. That just leaves they take care of
So
themselves.
let's say you meet a woman, you're out. This is all hypothetical.
Yeah.
And you're out and you see a woman, you're like, oh, I kind of like her swagger. I like what she has to say. I like her style. Are you looking at the nails when you're in the car?
I look at nails and lips. Like if they got like crunchy
I don't
lips.
think you cannot look at the nails if they're long and weird
Those are
colors.
not good. And then like nails, I'm looking to see if they take care of their nails. Like women look at our shoes, they
do.
Look at our haircuts, how
But are
our
you
teeth.
scared
look at our teeth.
But are you scared if you see pointy nails? Like, does that make
a little?
Okay.
A little. Especially if they super pointy. I'm like, yo, what are you gonna do with those?
Right.
Or if you got crackhead hands, then you watch. You see, you look great if you got crackhead hands.
You gotta have lotion up hands.
Yeah,
like,
lotion.
You can't have the ashy hands.
And the big space in between the nail. That big space between
Oh,
the
yeah.
nail. That it's gotta be.
Yeah, you didn't get it done.
It's a connoisseur. It's a
I'm a
nail
connoisseur.
This man knows what's going on. Is this a
I don't know
thing?
how y'all straight people do all this.
This is what
I don't know what you guys are talking about. Looking at nails, all this stuff. No,
Are you not looking at nails?
That's the last thing I'm looking at. Let me tell you that. France, right into France. That makes sense. So they're hosting the Olympic Games coming up. They want breakdancing to be an Olympic event.
Okay, I think they moved on. I don't understand it. I can't. I don't know. Got no words. I had saved a video to watch. I don't remember what it was now. Oh, let me see if I can find it again. Oh, yeah.
Everyone, before we get to this week's show,
Loud. That's what it was. Because remember we were gonna, or we heard about the werewolf spirit that got eradicated out of that guy whose grandma or somebody was witchcraft? I don't know. One of his family members put the wolf spirit in him, the wolf man thing.
this is just your weekly reminder to please continue to pray for my wife, Lindsay. She is battling breast cancer right now, and we're praying for complete healing in Jesus'
The
name.
werewolf
Thank you.
spirit inside the Ivy League professor. That one. So
I went up to him.
I wanted to watch the
I
story.
said, hello, what's your name? He says, Professor Wolf. And I said, sometimes people ask me, well, where's that in the Bible? So let me show you. I said, the Holy Watchers cursed Nebuchadnezzar, and he turned into a beast. He went on all fours for 7 years, and his hair grew out the length of eagle's feathers, all of his body, and his fingernails grew out the length of eagle's claws.
Yes.
We have a biblical account.
Speaking of long nails,
and,
that's right.
And then the curse was lifted, and he transmogrified back into King Nebuchadnezzar.
Oh, shit.
So I told this story. Then we broke for lunch, and he's just standing at the back. I thought, this guy has had some kind of an experience with a weird beast or somebody in his family. He said, do you believe that story? And I said, absolutely.
Oh, okay, so he was doing preaching a story on King Nebuchadnezzar in the Bible, and then one of the people listening came up to him and was like, hey, I got something I need help with. Like a similar thing.
And he said, do you think it still happens? I said, I know it still happens. And he said, we need to talk. I said, we are talking. Do you mean we need to pray? He says, yeah, we probably need to pray, but not here. And so we went to our room. He told me a story of how his grandmother was a witch, and they lived by the Russian border.
What the fuck? Shut up. You bot. Fucking bot behavior over here. Time you out for 5 minutes. Stop acting like a bot. Trying to tell us to watch less interesting content. We already watched all the damn UFO things that got released. And you're like, let's watch a floating silver orb. As we're trying to listen to this werewolf spirit inside an Ivy League professor, which is far more interesting of a topic. You fucking bot.
And the Russian soldiers come over and pillage and plunder. They couldn't do anything about it. So she had him do a ritual to invite a weird spirit into him that would be triggered by anger or fear. He told me all this story of how it happened and how he had lived with that for years. And
I think he said a weird spirit in YouTube. It's like a weird spirit with the D.
Was now a professor. I said, how's that work
Weird
with
spirit.
having a weird spirit? He said, I don't get mad. He said, people make fun of me, but if something's, I can feel it start to happen. He said, I'll just grab my briefcase and head for home. Anyway, we were able to get him free of that. We cast it out, but the culture that we live in, what's the hope for a man like that?
All right, we got Dave Bryan here in studio. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, Tony. Thank you for having me out.
This was all right. I think the first time you and I talked for the show, I hung up the call with you, and I just felt like there was something different that just happened, right? So the story is a wild story, and we could touch on it a little bit, but I hung up with you, and I was like, it was one of the first times that I felt like I just met a pastor. It's just very rare for me to this point. I met a pastor that I feel like would get me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I was like, I kind of want to.
Yeah.
Steven! 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 He's so horny. He's like smooshing himself on the ground, flapping his wings. Steven! Stop!
Yeah.
I kind of want to just like move out to California and just be part of his church so that I have like some kind of like shield.
Yeah.
like I needed some kind of like, because at that point I felt like I was just on an island for the most part. You know, like I have my home church pastor who has been just fantastic for me.
Yeah.
Outside of him, I felt like I was on an island, you know, and hearing your story, and I was like, holy cow. And so, you know, for people who don't know, it was episode 629. We're now like, I don't know, 800 and something. And we called it, I think I called it Killing LaVey.
Oh.
And I had to do something that was catchy, right?
That's catchy talking.
Yeah. But I remember in this conversation, we got about halfway through, and you kind of walked us up to like the pinnacle of the story almost, and you're like, and I guess I'll just leave it there for that. And I was like, absolutely not, sir. He's like, I don't know if I have time. I'm like, you have plenty of time. I'm the boss here.
Yeah.
Keep it going. We went for like another hour or something.
Yeah.
And you tell the story about how Anton LaVey's daughter was running from him, and she came into your church, and how you kind of took her in, not knowing who she was, and how all that spiritual warfare unfolded. But
Y'all want some more conspiracy theories? Those of you who haven't heard this, his daughter, Anton LaVey, she be looking like the T-Swizzle, a little too much. Let me get a bigger picture. That's T-Swizzle. This is Zena LaVey. A little bit too much similarity for me. Especially since Taylor Swift's music has been going more and more occult as the years go by. And she married a football player, and we've found out that football is a Freemason sport. That's why they have the satanic themed halftime shows. Fun stuff. Very fun. And I've also seen people compare Anton LaVey to Andrew Tate. Oh, well, but yeah, like they also look similar, which they don't look quite as similar to me as T Swizzle. I feel like the nose is too off, but the ears are very similar, which is weird, I would say. Like, you see, I think the nose and lips are kind of off, but I see where they're coming from with the head shape and the ears. So, I don't know. Well, I think that this one's not as weird as the other one. Yeah. But if you've heard Anton LaVey, I mean, that might be where you heard it from if you don't know who he actually is. So. But essentially, Anton LaVey is he's not alive anymore. He was the leader of the Luciferian church. And Xena was the daughter.
When I was done talking to you, I had some things happen shortly after that I didn't know who to turn to, and I really felt like you and I talking, there was a reason for that. And I don't even know if you remember this phone call, but I had a guy come in here to the studio who's a pastor in Middle Tennessee, about 4 hours from here.
Yeah.
And he's telling me some experiences they had, and we're talking and having a good conversation. My two friends are sitting at the table, real casual, and because he was on the show before as well. He had an experience where he dreamt about an upright walking dog, a werewolf.
Yeah.
That was eyeballing his family, and it ran towards his family. He got in the middle of it. It starts tearing him to pieces. He wakes up. He had scratches and cuts on his back.
Yeah.
And he thought it was just a bad dream until about a month later, that very thing was in the woods with him and his son. And they're looking eye to eye at this thing. So he's like, how's that even possible? And so it just opens a whole new paradigm.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he comes back out, we're talking, and he said, there's one more thing I want to talk to you about. And I said, what's that? And he said, I had a dream where I was standing at your house. And he tells me this dream that he had, and he's literally describing my house to me accurately.
Yeah,
the way
hadn't been to your house.
No, unless he's stalking me, which logistically is always a possibility. I don't believe so.
Yeah.
I even asked him about that. I was like, hey, man, listen.
Yeah.
But he has this dream, and he says in the dream, he sees me getting out of my truck. Everything's accurate. There's only one thing that was off about the dream, is that my house number, which he knew my house number.
Yeah.
That's how it verified the whole thing to me.
Yeah.
That he said the house number on the show. We bleeped it out. He said it was on my house, and that's not accurate. In real life, it's on my mailbox at the end of the driveway.
Yeah.
So he says, in the dream, you backed your truck into the driveway, and you're getting out, and there's these two hooded figures standing behind you. And you walk around the back of the house, and they follow you into your house. And the dream messed me up. I was like, what is going on? And you're the only person I was like, I thought to call.
Yeah.
And I remember telling you this dream, and you cut me off, and you said, those are druids. You have druids that are coming after you. I was like, what? Wow. Didn't think about it. I was thinking like some spooky shadow figure.
Yeah.
And you're like, nope, druids. And then what's crazy is that I had what you told me, confirmed to me so many times throughout this process. We've had witchcraft emails sent to us that we didn't know they were, and we're reading them like they're chants, not understanding it. We're like, this doesn't make sense.
Well, this kind of sounds similar, actually. One of Nick's friends who goes to church and all, it's like very spiritual. Before the robbery happened, a few months before, he had messaged Nick and like, well, man, I just had a weird dream. It's not characteristic for me that you had people that were breaking into your house through the garage, and that's how the intruders actually did break into your house. They went through the garage. So that's creepy. So, no, this stuff definitely does happen.
And so let's read it again. Read it out loud, all together now. Totally clueless.
Yeah.
And my friend Joseph Z, though, I talked to you about him last night. the first time I ever met him, he's praying for me, and he pauses in the middle of the prayer. He has his hands on my shoulder, and he says, "And you two witches, I see you." And I was like, "How does Joseph know about this?" You know.
Yeah.
And so it really was a paradigm shifting moment for me to understand that not only as a Christian are we in spiritual warfare. Most of the time, we don't even realize and recognize it. I specifically had stepped into spiritual warfare doo-doo, you know, and I was like unaware. I'm like, something stinks, but I'm not. I'm too stupid to look at my boot, you know. and it was a big waking up moment for me that you were a part of, and it all stemmed from that conversation we had about you and your daughter and how that all unfolded.
Right.
With that experience you had, was that like the launching point for you when it came to like understanding how deep this spiritual warfare supernatural realm was?
Yeah.
Because before that, I'm assuming you probably were not to be mean or anything, but probably ignorant to the concepts.
No, I was definitely ignorant to the concept, as all of America is. There's very few people that understand spiritual warfare, and very few that understand the depth of it. And the fact is that somebody like you that begins to expose these things, they will come after you. And we tend to think that's surreal. That why would druids trying to stalk me? Well, they would try to stalk you because you're outing their whole gig. You're telling people, and remember, Tony, we're in a culture that there's been a marriage between rationalism and religion. That is an ugly thing, and it goes all the way back to Rene Descartes. But it basically says this: if I can't explain something, I don't have to believe it. Well, that takes faith clear out of the picture. Faith, you believe things that you can't necessarily explain. Case in point, Jesus walking on the water. You can't really explain how that happens.
Right.
But you believe that it happened.
Yeah.
And that's faith. And so anyway, we have a lot of intellectual dishonesty in America because we have pastors who claim to be men of faith, and they have some kind of a historic belief that supernatural things once happened. But if you want to really understand their level of faith, just go in and tell them that an angel came into your room and talked to you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And they'll discount you immediately. And that's because even though the book that they preach out of every weekend has.
Someone said, I stopped watching Ice, Small But Faithful, since his fan base turned into a cult. So much witchcraft in that community. I mean, like, in his Discord or something? Because I don't think he's ever talked about witchcraft. So, wait, are you saying Nick's view count drop is my fault because I prayed to Jesus to protect him too much? Fuck.
Angels, almost on every page. I mean, they're everywhere, Old Testament and New Testament.
Yeah.
And they preach those stories. But then if Tony sees an angel, it's like, come on.
Oops.
Yeah. So there's a lot of intellectual dishonesty, and it permeates our culture. And so when somebody like you, and I told you this last night, Tony, but I really thank God for the confessionals and Blurry Creatures and other guys who are brave enough to say what very few pastors will talk about, and people are listening to it. And we call it demonically inspired revival because if you believe in negative forces, you got to believe in God. There can't only be supernatural negativity and no angels and men in white and all that, the great cloud of witnesses. And, there's so much that an honest view of biblical Christianity would afford us. But we've marginalized all that, and we believe, again, it's just historic faith. We believe it once happened, but not a part of our life. So that's why I'm always telling people, read the mystics, read all the stuff that was edited out of church history, where people were like, there's a book called 400 Saints Who Raised the Dead.
Really?
Yeah. And they're people we've never even heard of. Some of them we've heard of, but even at that, when you think of St. Patrick, who raised the dead, we think of St. Patrick's Day. Wear green, four-leaf clover on your lapel.
You don't hear anything about raising dead people.
St. Patrick, man, that boy, he threw down.
Wow. And
he converted a whole nation, drove snakes off the Great Britain. They there's amazing stories about great exploits that he did, but church history always dumbs those kind of things down. And so I've taken a lot of flack for promoting those kind of things because it makes people uncomfortable. But I'm always telling people, read about Gregory the Wonder Worker. I mean, when you go down in history, nicknamed the Wonder Worker, probably ought to check the guy out.
Yeah.
Right?
Like the Wizard of Oz.
And, why didn't I learn that? I went through 4 years of Bible college. We didn't hear about any of those things.
Right.
So anyway,
I feel like
yes, there are pigeons.
There's a level of somewhere. We were just talking before we started recording about like the timeline of some of these leaders within the church and how they start out as one thing and they become something else, right?
Yep.
But if you look at the overall picture of the faith, I feel like it's a similar narrative when it comes to
I'm
this.
gonna get some celery.
Want some snackies?
As someone told me lately, everyone deserves a chance to fly. And if I'm flying solo, at least I'm flying free. It's not big enough. What's this one? Dump it out. Those who ground me, take a message back from me. Tell them hey, I'm defying gravity. I'm flying high, defying gravity. And you can't hold me down. I'm through accepting limits, 'cause someone says they're so. Some things I cannot change. But I'll never know. Steven! Ooh. Ooh. All right.
It's where somewhere along the line, I feel people started, leaders in the church, teachers started becoming intellectual.
Yep.
And I'm not saying intellectualism is a bad thing, but when it becomes the replacement of understanding your supernatural God, your supernatural existence, and
They're so noisy right now. I blame you, Steven! You're making everybody annoyed with how horny you are. Steven! Oh my gosh. He's got his neck puffed up and he's just spinning in a circle, bowing his head. Steven! Why hasn't he gotten his bird yet?
What's up?
Can you get your bird?
Yeah, I'm still in the call, but right after I'm done, I'll run down.
I don't know if my sanity can wait. Good luck.
Just give me 5.
Okay.
And your true nature of the creation you exist in, you're kind of putting yourself above God in a sense, in God's creation, and what you can fathom. And there's these whole theologies that are built out of it and around it. And it's terrifying to think that could actually be true. That there's generations of leadership that has degraded the faith away from what it really should be.
Right.
But then I hear people like yourself and other people who have radical stories, and you're right. Like there's like shows like this one. Our focus is to expose that stuff, to show people, to build people's faith up in the supernatural. To if people are having experiences with demonic presences, like if you go to any normal maybe paranormal podcast, right, that maybe the host isn't a Christian and things like that, like, and they're talking about, there's this shadow figure in the room, and they'll even maybe say demonic, but there's traditionally been a hesitancy to go the opposite route. And like the reality is, if you can even give a wink of an eye to a head nod of that shadow figure was in the room as a secularist, then there's a whole paradigm shift waiting to happen there.
Right.
And that's kind of what I feel like my focus has been on. And my show is literally, if you just watch it from the beginning to what it is now, like it literally goes by the rhythm of what we're.
Thank you, Anon, for the subs.
Where I'm at in life, what I'm into, where my revelations are coming from. And in the last couple of years, it's been heavy on supernatural, spiritual warfare, because I'm in it.
Yeah,
I'm in it. When the story I shared with you here in the beginning, and people got to hear a little bit of it with the whole my house stuff, that woke me up to understanding. Oh, we're fighting.
Yeah,
we're fighting. And that episode, it wasn't even a public episode. Like we sat down to record a special episode for my members, and afterwards the guys told me Joel told me, he's like, dude, that needs to be for everybody to hear. I was like, no, I don't feel like that's what I just didn't feel at peace about it.
Yeah.
So but I talk about it now so everybody knows the story, right?
Yeah.
But like that moment shifted me into realizing supernatural warfare is happening around me, and I'm in it.
Right.
And I guess my desire would be to see more people come to that understanding.
Okay. I've heard about this topic a lot. But how do you know that you're in spiritual warfare? What are the signs? That's what I wish you would talk about. The voices, he can hear voices. I wonder if that's like actually audibly with your ears here, or like an internal dialogue that pops into your head randomly that you wouldn't normally think about. Like I never know what that means when people say they hear voices. I don't know which one. Yeah, but like, I mean, like in your head, is it like distinctly like a different voice that your inner thoughts like narrated in? Or is it like just a thought that you have like your other thoughts, but it's just an uncharacteristic thought? I don't know. Because I don't even know how to fathom like internal thoughts having voices, really. You know what I mean? Like I would have to like imagine it, when I want to think about something somebody said. But I don't know. I can't really fathom it. What are we watching? We're watching a video about the guy who we heard about yesterday, who was like a pastor that helped eradicate a werewolf spirit from an Ivy League professor that like came to his church. You remember that? I don't know if you were watching that video with us. But yeah. My bad. Go back. What happened? Where did my... Oh, yeah. I pressed a button. History.
Hey everyone, before we get to this week's show, this is just your weekly reminder for miracle. I'm going to pray for a healing.
We'll either say yes or no. To share our faith, pray for the sick, straightforward list.
It really is.
Keys,
pray.
Didn't you? Hence technology and spirituality.
To understanding,
there we go.
We're fighting.
Yeah.
We're fighting. And
Right.
and that episode, it wasn't even a public episode. Like we sat.
We finished that video. This is the video he was referencing. We didn't watch it. He was referencing.
Down to record a special episode for my members, and afterwards the guys told me that Joel told me, he's like, dude, that needs to be for everybody to hear. I was like, no, I don't feel like that's what I just didn't feel at peace about it.
Yeah.
So but I talk about it now so everybody knows the story, right?
Yeah.
But like that moment shifted me into realizing supernatural warfare is happening around me and I'm in it.
Right.
And I guess my desire would be to see more people come to that understanding. Because I don't know if you feel this way, but I feel like there is a time drawing near right now, and we're hitting a point where I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if like the skies crack open between now and me saying 2030 is exaggeration. I actually don't feel like it's even that far away, but I feel like at some point the sky's gonna crack open and Jesus is gonna be like, I'm back, you know, like, hey suckers, it's time to pay the piper, you know. And when that happens, like the whole world's gonna know how supernatural it is and how deceived they've been.
Right.
So
and it's moving that way in a hurry, Tony.
Yeah.
The whole thing with science and technology coming into the singularity, it's huge, because at this point, what that means is there's no visible difference. There's a complete merging of science, technology, and spirituality, so that, for instance, they can program things through computers that are overtly demonic. And there's all kinds of stuff with this singularity. AI is part of it.
And said I saw a full-on psychotic episode from him in the weekend finale after an alpha course. I don't know what that is. Screaming and crying. So was it demonics or schizophrenia? She cracked that week and it wasn't the same for weeks after. See, that's hard to discern, because it kind of oftentimes I've heard go hand in hand, where it's like someone will do a bunch of drugs that mess with their brain, and it's through that vulnerability to their brain not being totally like normal that they can get possessed. So that could go either way, or both. I don't know.
And so...
Or like trauma too, because trauma brings in shame, guilt, and fear if they had a traumatic thing happen to them as a kid, and some people can develop schizophrenia that way. And through trauma, shame, and fear, they can also get like demonic influence, possessed, haunted, whatever you want to call. So, I don't know. I've never had that issue or had anyone in my family with that issue, so I'm not as knowledgeable as some might be with more experience.
Guys early on were saying everything will change and there will be a quantum leap forward for of course they thought there'd be a human 2.0. They would move forward, everybody else would be extinguished, and it would be the dawn of a new era for humanity after the singularity. Well, the singularity is here. And so now everybody is having to reassess their worldviews, and the church needs it as bad as anybody, because the church has gone for 2,000 years. We really embraced Constantine theology and government, and we've been content to have a powerless form of religion. And so now, think about the average pastor
Yeah.
after alien disclosure. I mean, how's that going to go?
Yeah.
You know that millions of people are saying, Pastor, why didn't you warn us about this? Right?
Yeah.
And so they're going to say, if you didn't get it on that, we just don't trust you to lead us into these days ahead. That's already begun to happen with the COVID.
Your mom has schizophrenia and anything to do attached to her. She goes to church every day and studied ministry. I don't like being around her. In some times, see, this is what another reason why I don't like religious practices in general is because a lot of times, it depends on your church, your pastor, the community there, all that, but they can focus a lot on the shame and sin, and you're a bad person if you do this, this, and that, or you should feel guilty for this, this, and that, and you need to repent. When it's like, that's not what Jesus would have done to people at all. And sometimes living with that fear and guilt and shame of being a sinner can actually make you more vulnerable to the demons. So it doesn't really help a lot of the time.
I don't know how many people have come to our church and said
That's why that's why there's so
pastor-
much like bad actors in religion and at churches, because it is a power thing that can actually work in the favor of demons, which is ironic but sad reality.
was a nice guy, but how come, if he has the Holy Spirit within him, how come he didn't warn us about the COVID jabs? Well, that is a darn good question, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, and so there's already a clearing of the dance floor, so to speak. There's thousands of churches that went under during COVID, and they won't come back. And I, for one, am thankful for that, because there were millions of good people that were held hostage in a religious system that, according to the prophecy of Scripture, they have a form of religion, but did not.
He said there's already technology in place to fool the common man with holographic projections from UFOs and Jesus in the sky. Yeah, I've had a really bad feeling for a while now, like a year now, that there's going to be a fabricated projection of Jesus in the sky before the actual Jesus comes back. And that would be to see how many people think that Jesus came for others and not them, and then turn their back on God out of feeling like they've been abandoned or neglected, or just placed doubts in them. I could really see that happening.
Deny the power thereof. That's right out of the Bible.
Yeah.
And the next verse, by the way, says, "From these stay far away."
Noted.
The good thing is KPP will make up the money I'm going to give away.
Good.
And so there's already a clearing of the dance floor, so to speak. There's thousands of churches that went under during COVID, and they won't come back. And I, for one, am thankful for that, because there were millions of good people that were held hostage in a religious system that, according to the prophecy of Scripture, they have a form of religion, but deny the power thereof. That's right out of the Bible.
Yeah.
And the next verse, by the way, says, "From these stay far away."
Noted.
Yeah.
You brought up this idea of the saints raising the dead, and you're bringing up this idea of the mergers and singularity and all that. And I know last night, I think this man you were talking about last night, I think you said that he doesn't do any interviews, but if you're going to be part of his ministry, you have to have a documented case of you were praying and God used you to raise somebody from the dead.
A verifiable resurrection.
Yeah, a verifiable resurrection. So like literally yes, people, there's somebody out there that has a ministry that nobody's allowed to be part of the leadership unless they have a verifiable resurrection, which is wild. But
and you know why he says that?
Why is
Tony, is because I said his name's David Hogan, by the way. That's who.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, but I don't mind saying it. He's a good friend.
Okay,
and an awesome Christian leader. But where he works, which is the unstable zone in Mexico, that's where the movie Apocalypso, the building of the Pyramid of the Sun, the sacrifice of 50,000 human sacrifices to dedicate the Temple of the Sun to Quetzalcoatl leader. But where he works, which is the unstable zone in Mexico, that's where the movie Apocalypso, the building of the Pyramid of the Sun, the sacrifice of 50,000 human sacrifices to dedicate the Temple of the Sun to Quetzalcoatl. That all happened right where he's at. So that kind of evil,
I've never heard of this movie. Huh. Creepy. Okay. Wait, so why was Mel Gibson blacklisted from Hollywood? Called out the Jews? Oh, I see. Where can I watch Apocalypto? Yep. Peacock or Amazon Prime Video. I was like, ew, Roku channel, Pluto. I was like, whoa. Okay. Amazon Prime. Did you ever hear of an indie game where you play an Aztec warrior during their height, also on the radar? No. Never heard of it. Interesting. All right, back to this.
That builds a foundation and a platform for all kinds of supernatural realism. And it's profoundly evident in the lives of the people. So he said, Dave, down here, a warlock, an Aztec warlock, can transmogrify, can jump, can do all kinds of things. What they can't do is raise the dead, because Jesus has the keys of resurrection life. That's the whole thing. You know, he was resurrected again. Wow. He went down into the heart of the earth, and he has the keys of resurrection life. And honestly, he gave those keys to the church.
Yeah. The fact that they can't raise the dead is also partially, in my opinion, why they're so determined to spread drug use, so they can just make you dead while you're alive, basically. Easier to control and possess.
So we call it the short list of things for Christian disciples to do, but it is go everywhere, preach the gospel of the kingdom, which most people don't even get that. It's not the gospel of the church. It never has been the gospel of the church. It's the gospel of the kingdom of God. And that's the dominion of God in the earth. That's what we're supposed to be believing for. So the Bible says, go everywhere, preach the gospel of the kingdom, heal the sick, cleanse the leper, cast out demons, and raise the dead. And it's a pretty straightforward list.
It really is. It really is.
And so everybody that claims to be a Christian is somewhere on that list. Maybe they're just trying to get the courage to go tell somebody about it. Maybe they've done that, but they still don't get the kingdom message. Maybe they get the kingdom message, but they don't have faith to pray for people to get healed, or wherever. You're somewhere on that. And our church, of course, the story of Ray LeVay and all that happened, but
The damn angels and demons to try and take our women. Why do you think the female smut that gets pushed so much by book talk and the algorithm and all that shit involve fantasy creatures? Because they're trying to make young women see the fantasy of non-human men. pushing the agenda. Remember when romance novels used to have human men? We're not talking about Fabio anymore, okay? You know? This used to be like peak. And that's like normal. Everybody likes attractive humans. That's not how it is these days. That's not how it is. Where are the weird ones? With like... it's what... I guess Papa Meat was talking about in the video. Yeah, now it's shit like this. Look, now the modern fantasy romance books. Very secret society of irregular witches. Twilight. Mate with a wolf. Bride with a wolf. House of Sky and Breath. Probably some dragon bullshit, I don't know. Shades of Wicked. A Demon's Promise. At Grave's End. Night Huntress. Like, halfway to the grave. Dead Until Dark. The Deadly Side of Love. Blackthorn. Hot for Slayer. Like, what is this? This is literally pre-programming. I guarantee you, the quiet part that people aren't saying, it's not that these are just going to be more popular than other good novels. I bet they don't get published now unless they're fucked up like this. You want to get published? You got to be fucking weird now. And that's what, but the fact that they're not going to get published unless they push the agenda makes people think like, oh, that's so trendy right now. Is it? Or is it just what is available to you to become trending? Because I'm sure you could write banger romance novels with the same, quality of, I guess, ooh, it's so captivating with human men and princes. And just look like how they used to. Like He-Man type shit. You know, I mean, like, that's pre-programming.
But back then, that was in 1997 when Anton LaVey died.
Or transhumanism and hybrids.
At that point, most of the people in our church had never cast a demon out. Today, if I say how many have cast a demon out?
Oh, yeah, and furries. They're pushing furries hard, too. Mm-hmm. Yep. Cat girls, all of that. Fox girls, whatever. In anime. Mm-hmm. Pushing it slowly. More and more over time.
Almost every hand will go in the air.
Really?
And if somebody's hand doesn't go in the air, it's because they're new at the Church of Glad Tidings. And so...
The crazy thing is that that's an anomaly in the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that also shows, like, it's a very isolated group of people who have embraced true activization. What's the word I'm looking for? Activation. Thank you. I speak for a living. But they embraced that, and they activated things that the scripture's already telling them that they can do.
Right. Yeah, and it's a matter of you become good at what you practice, and it's true in spiritual things also. The first time you share your faith with somebody, you might kind of stumble around at it, but if you do that often enough, it'll just become second nature to you. And so we have learned to share our faith, pray for the sick, cast out demons. Someday, I hope to see every hand go in the air when I say how many here have raised the dead. And the the key in my mind is you believe it and you keep after it until it starts happening. Because I have prayed for 7 dead people. You know what, Tony? They all stayed dead. Go figure.
Gosh darn it.
All right. But
I was hoping you were going to throw me a curveball.
well,
I think he's talking about like when you're like doing CPR on trying to bring back that kind of stuff. I don't think he's talking about after they're already buried.
I used to play basketball in high school and in college, and I had a sign. You've probably seen it, but you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah.
And so you've got to get out there and do it. That's the precedent we have in the scripture. Jesus said, it says he sent his disciples into every city he was about to go, and he told them, cast out demons. They didn't know how to. They said, what? He said, yeah, just go out there and look for demonized people, which, by the way, aren't hard to find.
Yeah.
But anyway, they came back surprised, and they said, the demons are subject to us when we use your name. And he said, yeah, I knew that. You didn't know that, but I knew that. So anyway, if you don't have the courage to get out there on the ragged edge where your reality meets the world around you, and you have to, we call it show up the showdown and throw down. You just got to get yourself out there and do it. And I prayed for a lady that she brought her mother in a hearse to our church when David Hogan was there, because David Hogan is, famous for raising the dead. And I don't know what he's up to, but he's raised over 40 people from the dead.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And so, anyway, they brought a lady up. It was a unique situation. This lady's mother had died, and her uncle owned a mortuary. And so her uncle brought her up in a casket in a hearse.
To your church?
Yeah, all the way from the Bay Area, 2.5 hour drive. And they wanted her to be raised from the dead. And David, I went in and told him he was about to speak. He said, oh, okay, well, let's see what God does. So we went out there, and he said, you know how this works, right, sweetheart? She said, no. He says, okay, well, only God can raise the dead. And he's given us the permission to ask for it in his name. And he will either answer yes or no. If he answers yes, your mama will come back. But he said, let me ask you something. Does your mama love Jesus? She said, oh, yeah, she's a wonderful Christian. He said, you sure you want to do that to her?
Wow.
Bring her back into this setting? Why would you do that? And she said, well, we miss her.
This is what I was thinking. I'm just like, why would you want to bring something back from the dead if you are a Christian, believe that like there's a better afterlife? Like that is so fucking selfish. That's crazy.
And he said, well, okay, but that is kind of selfish, don't you think?
Yes.
She's waited all her life to go to heaven, and she's there right now. So you really want to ask God to send her back? She said, well, I think I do. He said, oh, okay, well, you can sort that out with your mama. But anyway, he said, we'll pray, and God will either say yes or no. And then our job is to embrace his wisdom. And so let's pray. And he prayed, that she'd be raised from the dead. And we were there waiting for about 20 minutes. And he turned to the lady and said, your mom is staying in heaven. And so he said, I'm going to go back into the service. He said, I want to commend you for the faith that you had. But remember, God is wise and God is good. And your mama's staying in heaven. And she's probably up there saying, oh, Jesus, please don't send me back.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So he said, that's how that works. And so we're walking into the church, and I said, Do you ever get discouraged when that happens? He said, what? I said, well, you prayed for her to be raised and she wasn't raised. He says, yeah, I'm not God. I just asked God if he would send her back, and he said no. And he grabbed,
Yeah, the only way that I could see it not being selfish is if the person had suddenly died, with hardly like any explanation, or maybe like something preventable, but they were otherwise healthy and had a great life that they loved. Maybe then they're young enough to still spread the word of God and tell about their near-death experience. That's like the only, and they would want to do that kind of thing. That's like the only time where I think it wouldn't be selfish. If they're old, why are you going to make them come back to an achy, shitty body? What the fuck is wrong with you, selfish piece of shit?
big old guy, he grabbed me. He said, little brother, he said, don't get to thinking you're God. He said, only God raises the dead. So we ask, and if he wants to, he sends them back. And he said, but think about it. She was an old woman. Why would she want to come back into this life? And I said, I imagine she wouldn't. And he said, exactly. He said it was a selfish prayer, and he said I couldn't see any real good reason to bring her back. He said most of the people that are raised from the dead, there's real good reason. They're young. They get cut off in their prime. They leave behind little kids that need raised, and he said those are the ones we really go after. But he said the idea that everybody should just stay on Earth forever that's not God's plan.
That's pointless.
So anyway, I have a lot of respect for David, and I've talked to people in Mexico. I've gone down there where he works in the unstable zone, and it's wild, Tony, because around here a testimony time, it's like, well, I needed $200 to put a new tire on my.
This. Every time I hear people talk about their near-death experience, it's either people who were young at the time and now they're like middle-aged, or they were like young to middle-aged and now they're older. It's never people who have been old who have had the near-death experience and came back to life and told about it.
Car, and I didn't know where it was going to come from, right?
Yeah,
That's testimony
yeah.
time. Down there, unbelievable testimony. We were walking along, he'd say, let this lady tell you about the time that she was dead. That's one heck of a testimony, right?
Wow.
Why is that an important point? It's important because it shows God, even without people praying for it, God will allow people to come back after they're dead. If they have something, they have like a purpose on the earth, like they have kids they need to take care of, or they come from like, in one instance, I saw like a guy who was like a Wiccan leader, in prison, but he was able to realize that God is real and Jesus is real when he was sent to hell, and then asked Jesus to save him, and they took him from hell to the gates of heaven, basically, and they sent him back so that he could share his story with the other prisoners, and he was young. So it's like, you have to have a reason to go back, be able to save others, whether it's they depend on you or your influence. Like, it's like a person who's old and in pain, like, they're not going to come back to life because there's no point to make them just suffer. Like, it's retarded. Anyways.
And they have some amazing stories. But, another thing that's interesting is I told him, I said, well, I wouldn't even be able to be an elder for you down in Mexico. I've never raised the dead. He said, it's because you're in America. Wow. He said, I've only done it twice in America.
Really?
He said, he said, America has a canopy of unbelief over it. And he said, I really get tired of it. I come to America and everybody sits back there with their arms crossed, like, show us a miracle. And he said, that's not how faith works. I've learned a lot from David Hogan. And he told me, he said, if you moved down to Mexico, you'd be raising the dead the first month down there.
Holy cow.
Because people expect miracles to happen down there. And whether you're serving God or serving the devil, miracles happen. Amazing things, right? So it changes the way you view life.
Yeah.
Your worldview is, it has a foundation of pervasive spiritual reality, where our worldview is very, very secular and carnal.
Mm-hmm. The idea of raising dead and it being something that only God can do. So one thing that you said that I think he said, and I'm going to butcher it, but I think people need to go back to what you just talked about to the beginning and how you laid out the logistics of how he said this works when he first came out.
Garcia over on Kick. The guy talking is not the wolf spirit inside of it.
Yeah.
Because the way it was described, it takes so much pressure off the individual. I think so many times people they go into a situation where they're like, okay, I'm going to pray for a miracle. I'm going to pray for a healing. I'm going to pray for this person to be healed. And I'm gonna. And it's like, we're already starting off on the wrong foot. But I think we have such a lack, and I think I might have said this last night, we have such a lack of discipleship in this country that people who have this burning desire, the Holy Spirit is bubbling up in them. They're like, it's there. It's like a kid with energy without the proper training.
Right.
You don't have the right tools for it.
Right.
And what you laid out, I feel like is so simplistically, this is the blueprint of how you think about it, so that when you're in the situation, all glory goes to God from the beginning.
Right.
And it's not you, it's He who works through you if He chooses. We're asking Him to do something, and if He says no, the answer is no. But we've been blessed with I forget how I said, but like we've been blessed with the opportunity to ask.
To ask.
It's like it's not commanding. It's hey, Lord Jesus, God, Father.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
And the answer is going to be yes or no.
Yeah.
And we have to be humble enough to just accept that.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is something that the church has to come to terms with. And while we're on this subject, this idea of commanding God is heretical. We don't command God. It's preposterous that we would command God to do anything.
What do you mean by commanding God?
Well, there's a doctrine out that we have the authority to tell God, at my word, do this, do that.
Oh.
Listen, the best we can do, in my opinion, is to view ourselves as a garden hose. And if you're connected to the spigot, then if the spigot decides to turn on, then the water makes it to the plant through you. And you can say that you are used by God. But the garden hose, it's just a conduit. And people can get really heady about, I'm all that in a bag of chips, instead of saying, we have been granted permission to come before the throne of grace to receive mercy and grace to help in time of need. We can petition the throne. And they do the same thing with angels, Tony. I hear people, I heard a guy recently say, oh, the Lord has given me more angels. And he could do that. I mean, Elisha saw a host of angels round about him. But the point is, they don't work for Elisha.
Right.
They work for God.
Yep.
So the number one name that God uses on himself in Scripture is the Lord of angel armies, the Lord of hosts. And why would God constantly remind us that he is the commander of the hosts of heaven? there's innumerable servants who do his will, and we can ask for them. But this idea that a human being can tell angels, go do this, go do that,
Yeah.
it's to me, it's incredibly heady. Like, who do you think you are? Jesus Christ, the thing in Gethsemane, the incident where Malchus' ear gets cut off. Well, Jesus turned to Peter and he said, don't do that. This is the reason I came to earth. Then he said, don't you realize if I wanted to, I could petition the Father and he would send as many angels as I needed. So if that's the way Jesus did business,
Yeah.
that's the way we should do business. He's our example in all things.
And it makes you wonder, again, I think sometimes as humans and without the proper discipleship, without the proper understanding, we can step in some deep stuff.
Yep.
And if we're commanding angels to do things and getting results, you have to wonder where the results are coming from.
Right.
I don't want to say that if you're commanding angels, it's impossible for God to have grace on you and still send the angels.
Yeah.
But it does leave a door open for something else to fulfill something that God said no to.
Right.
And I don't know if you're familiar with the guy. He's out in Phoenix, I believe. His name is Joseph and Franco. And there was a really popular podcast called the Telepathy Tapes talking about autistic children, and the host was not Christian, but the way I would translate it is autistic children having very surreal supernatural experiences.
I know that to be true. Yeah.
And Joseph, charismatic pastor, found himself at a Reformed church that God told him to go to. And he's like, why? And so he just starts attending this Reformed church, and they actually bring him on staff as a staff pastor. He's charismatic though, and they're just putting up with him.
Yeah.
But there was a family in that church who had an autistic child, and he was uniquely qualified to be able to see things in a very different way than the leadership of that church.
Yeah.
He starts sitting down with Cody. He wrote a book called Decoding Cody. And it's wild because like these kids, these autistic kids are having these experiences together somewhere else. And that like he actually saw them communicate.
This reminds me of when I was like deep diving into the dinosaur fossil sites last year, and on the map near a fossil site and near like a Mount Diablo mountain, there was like autistic center for children, and I'm like, like I feel like these kids are probably misguided by maybe some occult people at this center, or trafficked. I don't know.
Through their spelling.
Experimented on.
Am I going to see you at the hill tonight? And he's like, what's the hill? And
I've heard about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things that Cody says about the angels, and it goes exactly what you're saying. He said, when you pray, don't talk to the angels. Don't tell the angels what you want them to do. Go to God, because he's the one that gives them permission to do anything. They're not going to listen to you.
Right. They don't work for you.
It's like a child coming to me and say, hey, I need you to go do this. Like, no.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
I don't listen. One day you're going to judge me. Today's not that day. I take answers from the head honcho.
Exactly.
And so hearing I think I just had Joseph in here probably about a month ago, and I imagine for years moving forward, I'm gonna be referring to this conversation I had with him, because you take autistic children who they by the way they're made and the way that I don't want to call it a handicap because I no longer think it's a handicap, but the
At
way
least if I can find it again. Now I'm like thinking about it. It's funny that it just always loads that image. Dude, this whole park is creepy. Mount Diablo, Devil's Pulpit. I don't know. I just like, why would we want to name nature after? I don't know. It's got Mount Diablo, Goldfish Pond, and then they've got Moses Rock Spring. And I'm like, what are y'all doing over here? Anyways, Diablo Foothills Regional Park. They've got North Gate. Where was it? Where was the autistic one? I think it might have been in San Fran, actually. Somewhere. And those Almeida. They've got the Sea, Air, and Space Museum. I remember these. I don't remember if it was on this side or the other side. Who names a church Church of the Assumption? The fuck? It's a dumb name. I don't remember which side it was on. I might just have to be more zoomed in to see buildings. I feel like it was on this side somewhere. I should just show more of the building names. I don't know if I'd be able to find it on here though. Was it I think it was maybe it was this one. Was this in San? Yeah, it is. So it's on the other side of the water. It's right here somewhere. Because I remember it being near the Children's Museum, which I thought was interesting. I don't know. I'm just like, Like all these places to scope out children. It's somewhere. It's just not wanting to load on here. Market Street. Does it say what street this is? Maybe have to go in street mode. There we go. Yeah. No, there we go. That's why I can't see shit. How come I can't find it on here anymore very well, but I can see it on there? I have to move in more. I'm just gonna copy the address. Fuck it. Oh, there it is. It's weird I can't even see it. Like the name of it. I used to be able to. The fuck? Let's do this way. There, now it's showing. That's weird. The name used to be on here. I don't know. Whatever. And then look, it's right across the street from Research for Center and Education on Gender and Sexuality. That was the other weird thing. I remember. I was like... It's like, this place is sketchy. It's also across the street from Compass Family Services. And I'm like, what kind of services? Daycare? And then maybe when they're at daycare, they can take your kid to the gender research? I don't know. Just fucking weird shit, bro. Like, things are too many weird things close together, in my opinion. From a city that has Mount Diablo nearby. And I'm like, I don't know if I like how this is shaken out, to be honest. I remember being really fucking weird. Anyway, that's just what I was remembering from the autism segment.
On an individual level, it's almost impossible for them to lie because it creates so much chaos for them mentally that they can't handle it.
Yeah.
To take a whole massive amount.
Oh yeah, Bohemian Grove's around there too,
autistic
isn't
people
it?
and-
But they take the uncooperative autistic kids and either make them go through some gender shit or just take them up to the Moloch statue. Because I also mapped where the Bohemian Grove statue is too on Google Earth. Yeah. It's right under this tree cover. Like there's a platform for it. But yeah, you can see it, the platform best if you go to the historical. That's why I marked it. I had to go to history. Right there. See, now you can see the platform where the Moloch statue is under the tree. Great Owl of Bohemia. Now I'm like, why is all this shit San Fran weird? And is San Fran also near Silicon Valley, or am I thinking of a different part of California? Which is also weird if that's true. I don't know. There's enough weird stuff, right? There's too many weird things. Yeah, okay, so it is Silicon Valley, yeah. Okay, that's right. Yeah, too many weird occult shit. Like, what are the chances that the autistic center of Northern California, that's like saying that it's like the place to go, is right across the street from a child gender research, whatever the fuck, and with the Moloch statue and the Mount Diablo, and like, what's going on? Fucking leave the kids alone. Leave them alone. And this on here too, is just, what a weird place for a park to be called. A place to play. Unless it's golf. But still, I don't know. It sounds like a place to play for kids, but a place to play for pedophile golfers maybe too. Who knows? I don't know. Anyways.
And have them all on the same page of a lie just to pull a prank on humanity. It's impossible.
Ridiculous.
So what they're saying, I give so much credibility to. Yeah. And I'm like, the supernatural realm is real, they have a very special access to it.
Yeah.
And you see things like that. The angels, man, they're not here to fetch you coffee.
Right.
You know, and I feel like we treat them that way.
Well, that's why I brought that up. There's a lot of that kind of mentality that we are ruling on the earth and we have angels at our disposal. The Bible teaches that that the Heavenly Father is the Lord of hosts, and that He created angels who serve us, who are the heirs of salvation, but always at His command. And so just as Jesus gave us the example, we petition the Father and say, Lord, we really need help. We do that all the time. We pray and we say, Lord, would you send the full complement of heavenly hosts to help us? You know, say we're doing a conference. Of course, we have the in-your-face threats of the Church of Satan and different things. You know, people will hear about a conference and we'll get I call them nasty gram, you know, it says we'll be cursing you during the conference, whatever. But it's just a reminder that it's a real war. And so we don't command angels. We ask the Father, would you please send guardians, send watchers, send warriors, send, the full complement of heavenly hosts, which includes the spirits of just men now made perfect, right? It's the what we would call the great cloud of witnesses, or the men in white, that do all kinds of things. And you probably know this, Tony, but
Assume nothing.
Men are used as often as the word angel, which malak is, a messenger from heaven.
So do you think the Matrix symbolizes like the spiritual realm where people are like asleep in it, essentially? That they're asleep to the fact that the spiritual realm and spiritual warfare exists, and you can like wake up and realize the world for what it actually is, kind of thing? I've always felt like that's kind of like what it seems like it is. But I don't know. What is your take, Tino? Matrix is this real? Well, that's what I mean. Like, I mean, this reality is the physical, and like where you're plugged in or whatever, and you seem like you're asleep. Living this life is like the spiritual realm kind of thing. But I don't know. That's what I see it as. But open to different interpretations of what the movie was symbolizing. Well, that's basically the same thing I'm saying, Tino. When I say the Matrix, I'm talking about like the asleep part of the spiritual, and what we're living is like what we think is all there is to the world. So that's basically the same thing.
But men in white appear all the time in Scripture, and they called them. There was a man in radiant garment, a man. And then, of course, there are other appearances that are angels. But we have had such a carnal culture that we have dumbed down the whole concept of the hosts. And so we always make these categorizations that an angel is 6'2", blue eyes, blonde hair, has wings.
Yeah.
And that's what an angel is. And then a demon, is smaller than that, and they have a forked tail.
No, I don't think we're actually plugged into like a technological system either. I think it was more of a metaphor for that, like, we only have this modern day existence, because the fallen angels gave us the tech to have, like, you know, the computers and the TVs, the skyscrapers, the planes, like all like things that have led to how society is, and it's just like a metaphor for like the spiritual versus the physical. I don't think we're actually plugged into a computer. And technology has often like distracted us with like modern teachings and modern education system and stuff of like the truth to the complexities of reality kind of thing. Spirits. People are kind of asleep to the spiritual side because they're so distracted by the physical world that's been advanced with technology. Yeah.
The cloven hooves, right?
Yeah.
And they're red.
It's interesting.
What a ridiculous concept, because there's all kinds of things in the spirit realm. There are things that the prophets of Scripture were so bizarre that they could.
Why is a girl from Jerkmate? Bro, I'm not from Jerkmate. I've been streaming on Twitch since 2016. I had a Jerkmate sponsorship temporarily where they paid me to be on the site and talk to people there. I'm not from Jerkmate, bro. And that's not even an ongoing deal anymore. Jeez.
Even liken them to something, right? Like it was alive, but it was a wheel within a wheel with eyes all over it. Like,
Makes sense of
okay, you know, that's a pretty wild creature, and they're called living creatures.
Yeah.
And so this idea that
That's what I should have done. I should have got on Jerkmate and just started watching these. Being like, I'll pray for you. Because they didn't say what I had to do. I could have done anything I wanted to.
that the eternal realm
so
is less populated than the natural realm is ridiculous. And scientists, argue over how many species there are, but it's somewhere between 10 and 40 million different kinds of things in this natural world we live in.
Wow.
So how many things are in the eternal realm?
I've never heard anybody talk about that. That's wild to consider.
Well, it's wild
to consider, because we're so consumed with the natural and what we know of the natural. We often don't even think about beyond this natural realm what that creation actually entails. Like we think about it in categories, like angels, demons, fallen angels.
Yeah.
Are there differences? There's
Right.
God. There's all this other stuff, but it's like to think that
Jay Sweezy says, I can guarantee you that no scientists are arguing about how many species there are. You're right. They're not arguing. They've all agreed on a number, and they're blasting it to the public. True. It's not an
what
argument.
we can recognize in this natural realm as part of creation, that being magnified to an unknown number in the supernatural eternal realm.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
It leaves the book wide open.
It's wide open. And so I'm convinced that that all of the tradition of supernatural experiences, like, for instance, if you go to some cultures, they will talk about the wee people, right, or fairies or whatever. Well, in the West, we think, oh, no such wee people. Well, what an arrogant thing to say. Since thousands of people have seen them, not hundreds, thousands of people have seen them.
Right.
And we just decide that they don't exist. That's like somebody in another country trying to tell us Niagara Falls doesn't exist because they've never been here.
Right.
Like, well, you wouldn't know. You don't live here.
Can't be that big.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, there's so much arrogance in theology. And
Why do they want to sponsor you? They wanted me to pull my viewers over to the website, is why. They wanted more promotion. Yeah, that's it. I was basically a new circus act, Just a thing to draw people in.
It's born of human pride. Human pride does not like to admit that it doesn't know. And so we make these theological treatises, and systematic theology we try to answer every question. What an insanely ridiculous thing to try to do.
Yeah.
You cannot possibly.
Ultimately, I think they were mad though that I wasn't like getting naked or anything. I was just like, so how's it going? They were kind of
You don't even
disappointed.
know the right questions to ask.
It wasn't in my
much less
contract.
having the answer to every little question. But one thing I talk a lot when we talk about religious culture about the ugliness of what happened through the Catholic Church, because there has been some heinous things that went on through the Catholic Church down through the centuries. However, one thing that they have done well is they have maintained the doctrine of mysteries. And they just say, this is a mystery. And they just leave it there. They don't say, this is a mystery and we've solved it. And this is what, like the incarnation, they say, this is a mystery. God became flesh and dwelt among us. We don't know how that happened. Quit pretending that you do. Nobody knows how that happened.
Yeah.
And so, I think it's good for us to say, to remind us ourselves of our position here. There's lots of things that we don't know. And we're foolish to discount anything that we haven't experienced, which is usually what happens in the West. If we haven't experienced it, it's not true. And anyway, so I have this desire to be open, to keep learning.
Right, like just because I don't partake in anal doesn't mean that other people don't, right? I'm like, I don't know, I'll believe it when it happens. I don't think you can fuck an asshole. That's how silly that sounds, right? Like, closed-minded.
Not only in time, but in eternity.
Yeah.
How long will it take us to learn about an omnipotent, eternal God? Well, probably forever.
Right.
And Mark Twain said the only thing that keeps you from learning is to think that you already know, which is the problem of
They're doing so well with the Jesus talk. Hey, they talk about butt fucking in the Bible also, okay?
Big time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on topic
I'm
still.
gonna hold my tongue on something that I was just about to say, because wisdom says to do so. But I agree, and it's something that I really wrestled with in a good way about a year or so ago. I tend to get hyper focused on things.
Some chicks like it. You see, I find that to be propaganda. I think chicks like the not having to think about getting pregnant. And I think that chicks like pretending they like it from guys that they're into. I think that's what they like. I don't think that there's any women out there who are who have a comfortable working pelvic floor, mind you, and say that butt fucking is superior. I do not think that's a thing. Unless they got something fucked up and their coochie just can't relax, and then it's painful penetration. Maybe then. But if we're talking about healthy, I do not think that it would be women's preferred option if the fear of pregnancy wasn't there. But anyways. But I don't know, maybe some women have a tight asshole and anal just is like a massage. I don't know. I haven't been there. I can't relate.
And I got hyper
Maybe it unplugs them, they're constipated. I don't know.
Focused on the fact that eternity is forever. God is part of eternity and is eternal. And as a finite being that isn't eternal, when I enter into eternity, I'm going to spend the rest of my existence discovering new aspects of His glory forever.
Yeah.
Like it.
You said there's a lot of variability in how the nerves are stimulated. Some enjoy it more. See, that makes me think that there's something off with their coochie hole, and that they got like a tight pelvic floor or some other vaginal dysfunction that makes it less comfortable. You see, that kind of proves my point.
And the only thing I can ever come back to describing it in my finite mind is when I have a God moment. And I have a moment where it's like the Holy Spirit's presence is so real. For instance,
What about
March 29th,
gays?
2000.
I don't know. I've heard guys have their G spot in their asshole, so maybe that tells you that's why they like it. As far as I know, women don't have G spots in their asshole. You know. No, so,
2014 was the day that my life changed forever. I was raised in the church. I walked away. I almost lost my marriage, and I'm sitting at a funeral. No people raised from the dead. Next time I'll try it.
Just been talking about God. I have to keep the chatters who need to hear about God interested, okay? Because some people are barely tolerating it. I gotta spice it up for them to keep them here to learn about the Lord's message. All right, I'm just trying my best.
I'm serious. I'm probably gonna try it, but I'm sitting there, and my wife's one uncle is a Baptist pastor, and this service was very Jesus excluded from, and he didn't like that. He took exception to it, and he stood up and he looked at the person running the service. And he said, "Since nobody else is going to do it, I'll do it." And he starts preaching the gospel, and I started getting angry. And my blood pressure started rising. I'm getting embarrassed that he's talking about Jesus. There's something going on spiritually inside of me that wasn't good, right?
Yeah.
And in that moment, the Holy Spirit I've never had this experience before. It was like the whole room emptied out. Like, not literally, but like my attention was not anywhere else other than like God speaking directly to me. And at that point in my life, I was trying to become a nicer person. I was a trucker, and I had guys who've been in the industry for 30 plus years telling me I'm one mean son of a gun.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't want to be that, you know? So I was trying to be a nicer person, but doing it with God was not on the agenda.
Yeah.
And the Holy Spirit said, you don't need to change to come to me. Just come to me and I'll change you. And it was such a real God moment for me that I changed instantaneously. For me, it was not a problem. I walked out of that church a different person.
That's awesome.
And so that is my, like, the moment of my life. I've had other experiences with the Holy Spirit, obviously, but that is the moment that it was like euphoric. And to think that moment is so small and minute to what I'll experience in eternity is, I can't even fathom what that's going to be like.
Right.
And so, I spent a good portion of a year focusing on that concept.
Yeah.
Because I can't wrap my mind around it.
Right.
But that's the reality.
Yeah. Yeah. And we can't wrap our mind around eternity. We can come up with some limited idea of what that maybe means. But, somewhere in our minds, we're thinking, but what about before that? Right. But, and so many things are, even in Scripture, we tend to think where the Bible says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And verse 2, the earth was devastated and ruined. That's like, really? Well, how did that happen?
Yeah.
God has never created something that was devastated and ruined. But that's what the Bible says. And then God did the days of creation, which tells us, and of course, Satan had.
This is hilarious. Pea Soup says, okay, see, I was looking at another girl's stream, and she was a fucking princess, literally asking for money and ordering people to send her money. She was wearing a corset and shit. Now I see a girl who talks about anal sex. I'm watching a trucker talking about God. Thank you. See, it is the better alternative. So I appreciate you for recognizing that.
Already, the cosmic revolt had already happened. He was already the fallen one in the Garden of Eden. So there's a huge prior chapter, right?
Yeah.
We don't know what was going on there. And then think about before that, before that. And, It goes on and on. So I think one of the worst things that we do is I view it as like, a flea trying to learn quantum physics. It's like, you don't have the capability of doing that.
Okay, yeah,
So,
but quantum physics a lot of the time too is just bullshit that we've accepted as an agreed upon science. Okay, they don't even know. They're just speculating. So I don't blame the flea, all right? Maybe the flea is like, it just knows better than us at the end of the day.
Can
honestly.
a flea learn anything? Well, I've never been a flea, but probably, there's some things they can learn, There's places of attack a
Maybe
dog.
we're
or
the
whatever.
dumb one.
That's the good bite mark right there.
Yeah. But the point is, we don't have the capacity.
It's not agreed about. See? Okay,
Somebody
even
said
then.
it like this. Who wants to serve a god that fits in somebody's head?
Yeah.
It's not worth it. And that's very
Do religious people not engage in anal sex? I mean, my question is, what is the reason? I don't know if religious has... I mean, I'm sure some people might find it, like, taboo or whatever, but I just honestly do not see the appeal. I mean, what is the appeal truly, unless it's all you have? I mean, if you're gay, sure, I guess I could see the appeal, but if there's a vagina that works... Is appeal just to avoid pregnancy? Because there's other things that can avoid pregnancy. You could pull out, you could get a condom, you could take birth control. I just don't understand, like, I don't get it. Some women say it's the best way to achieve climax. I think that would depend on the partner, because, okay, little sex education class. When engaging in the doggy position, hitting from behind, it is not really the dick that is doing it for the woman. It is typically the ball sack that is applying subtle pressure to her clitoris through her lips. And that is what feels nice. So I would say that, no, it is not the asshole itself, but the trajectory in which it sets you up for your ball sack swinging and stimulating the clitoris. Does that make sense? We need a... I wish I could draw you a diagram, but I'm fearful of getting banned. Because I could see that being preferable to the woman if in vaginal penetration doggy that the ball sack doesn't quite stimulate the clitoris in the right position, just depending on her own anatomy versus the male's ball sack length. And maybe the asshole puts you up a little bit higher to get it, but it is not the actual anal cavity itself that provides pleasure. Does that make sense? It's still the clitoris. I think most of the time the appeal from things like anal just come from it being taboo. Perhaps. I don't know, I've never relished in things being taboo for the sake of it being taboo. Like that's never really done anything for me. But, to each their own, I suppose. Some need the thrill of the adrenaline, the rush, like, what would my parents think right now? That's never been me. I've never thought about my parents during sex, so I've never been inclined to enjoy taboo subjects, but carry on.
Godlike to be able to be contained in a human brain.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's, if we will posture ourselves in humility and listen to each other and recognize that we don't know near as much about anything as we think we do. And then we're open to learn, because like Mark Twain said, the only thing that keeps us from learning is thinking we already know. But these junctures in human history where so much is going on, when I read these books and somebody thinks they know exactly how every little thing is going to play out, it's like, probably not.
Yeah.
It's probably not. And of course, when you when you study the first coming of Christ, there was all kinds of argument about how he would come, right? There were whole schools.
Women do orgasm with anal sex, says Rusty. Way more powerful. Either it's like I said, the anatomy happens to be the ball sack stimulating the clitoris better at that angle, or 2, she's faking it so she can get it over with sooner because it's so not comfortable.
Of the Pharisees that thought he would
Just
be a
fucking
conquering
end it
king,
already.
Whole schools that thought he would be a suffering servant, and they were both right.
I was just thinking that.
but they were arguing about it, and they could have never figured out how those two things could have merged.
Yeah.
So they argued about it.
Wow.
And they also argued, is he going to come out of Egypt, Nazareth, or Bethlehem?
I'm not disagreeing. You think you're arguing with me when you say, no, some women love it. I'm telling you, it's probably because her clitoris is getting stimulated more is why she would like it. More. You act like you're disagreeing, but then you say the same shit that I said. Stop saying no. Like you don't have a point. I've already made that point.
All three. Well, to us, it may not seem as odd because we're more of a mobile society, but back then, that was unthinkable that a guy would travel to Egypt and then come back. I mean, people didn't do stuff like that.
Why are you saying he would get killed there, or like that he wouldn't go at all?
Interesting.
Because they had to walk and carry everything.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. Like,
and back in the day.
Move.
I'm here and this is where I'm going to
Back
stay.
Exactly. Yeah. And this is where my dad was and granddad and on and on and on and on. Yeah. And but anyway, they argued about where Christ is going to come from, and they were all right. So have you ever heard of the poem, The Blind Man and the Elephant?
That does sound familiar.
Yeah. It's remarkable.
I haven't heard that
poem
one.
by Rudyard Kipling, but it's about 6 blind men who are arguing about what an elephant is. They're blind. None of them have ever seen an elephant,
right.
And they all had some experience with an elephant. One
That's
touched
like
his
chat
ear.
full of males telling me what females experience. Have you been a female and been fucked? If not, you cannot speaketh. Anyways.
And is saying this marvel of an elephant is like a fan, a big fan. Yeah, well, his ear is, but then one touched his legs, said, no, he's like a tree. One touched his tail, said, no, he's like a rope. One touched his tusk, said, no, he's like a spear.
I'm making a joke. I don't actually.
One touched his trunk,
care.
said, no, he's like a snake.
I'm just stimulating the chat.
So they're arguing.
More than y'all are stimulating clitorises, honestly.
And they all have a very limited perspective. If they had had the grace to sit down and trust one another and say, well, what is your experience? Well, that's not my experience at all. But apparently, this marvel of an elephant has, all these 6 different characteristics. At least they're still blind. They still may not have understood an elephant, but they'd be closer than just arguing that it's like a spear.
Right.
Yeah.
So
anyway, that poem ends by saying, and so these men of Pakistan disputed loud and long, each in his own opinion, exceeding stiff and strong. Though each was partly in the right, they all were in the wrong. So often, theologic wars, the disputants, I ween, rail on in utter ignorance of what each other mean, and prate about an elephant not one of them has seen. That to me is a profoundly insightful poem.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
so
get to the werewolf part.
A61, and it's really bit.
And we all have come across situations where I'm left scratching my head. I'm like, how this guy I can run with? And I'll use an example on the show. She was decided to start, but she's actually experiencing this.
Yeah.
Really kind of left me like that means as on that. Could tell us how we got on of hunting for human souls on how she was sowing. God is reprimanding a false prophetess. On how she was sewing bands on her wrists, hunting for human souls. And I was like, what? I was like, you're telling me that's real? It's in the Bible? Because now all of a sudden I got a biblical example of a human being using supernatural ways to hunt for human souls. And if humans are doing that, supernatural beings are doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I was like, holy cow. And so it just kind of reshaped and I don't totally understand it, but it reshaped my brain.
Right.
And that's what he was writing in that poem. It's like you have these little tiny perspectives,
right.
But if we would just sit down and talk to each other, we might have a whole picture of an elephant.
Exactly. and this discipleship training school on spirituality. What into this?
Okay.
I came in.
I think maybe this is.
This was in Kona, Hawaii, doing a DTS discipleship training school on spiritual warfare and deliverance, and this guy came in. He wasn't a student. He came in well dressed, big old guy, and I was just unpacking, spiritual warfare, and I don't do this often at all. I could probably count on my hands how many times I brought this up because it's really kind of a fringe area of deliverance. But anyway, I went into this whole thing about werewolves.
Okay.
And this guy's, he scoots up on the edge of his chair, and I thought this boy is listening hard, and so I just unpacked it and I said, sometimes people ask me, well, where's that in the Bible? So let me show you. I said the holy watchers cursed Nebuchadnezzar, and he turned into a beast. He went on all fours for 7 years, and his hair grew out the length of eagle's feathers, all of his body, and his fingernails grew out the length of eagle's claws.
Yes.
Now that we have a biblical account of that, and then the curse was lifted, and he transmogrified back into King Nebuchadnezzar. And in one of the greatest comebacks of human history, they let him be king again. I mean, that's a mind bender, right?
That really is.
It's a mind bender.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I told this story, and then we broke for lunch, and he's just standing at the back. I thought this guy has had some kind of an experience with a weird beast or somebody in his family.
Yeah.
I went up to him. I said, hello, what's your name? He says, Professor Wolf. No joke. Wow. And I said, Professor Wolf. He said, yeah. I said, what's your first name? He told me. I won't disclose it here because,
this will be seen
Professor
by hopefully
Lupin.
millions of people.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He told me his name, and I said, your first name does not sound American. Your last name does, and I'm wondering how that happened. He said, well, our name was so-and-so, 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 but my mother changed it to Wolf when we immigrated into America. So, I'm already thinking, this isn't just by chance that she chose the name Wolf. She could have chosen Jones or Smith. Right?
Yeah. You really want to fit in? Choose Smith.
Yeah, right. So anyway, he said, do you believe that story? And I said, absolutely. And he said, do you think it still happens? I said, I know it still happens. And he said, we need to talk. I said, we are talking. Do you mean we need to pray? He says, yeah, we probably need to pray, but not here. And so we went to our room. He told me a story of how his grandmother was a witch, and that they lived by the Russian border, and the Russian soldiers would come over and rape, pillage, and plunder. They couldn't do anything about it. So she had him do a ritual to invite a weird spirit into him that would be triggered by anger or fear. So if he got, you remember the Incredible Hulk?
Yeah.
Like he would say, you're making me angry. You don't want to see me when I'm angry, right?
Yeah.
It was about transmogrification, right? The whole series was about that. So anyway, the long and short of it is he told me all the story of how it happened and how he had lived with that for years, and he was now a professor in an Ivy League college. I said, how does that work with having a weird spirit? He said, I don't get mad. He said, people make fun of me, but if something's, I can feel it start to happen. He said, I'll just grab my briefcase and head for home. And so anyway, we were able to get him free of that. But
that night?
Yeah, that afternoon.
Yeah, wow.
And
class
of course,
dismissed.
he was married. His wife was
That's like
thrilled.
such a classic, like, pompous professor trope, too, is like, he just gets mad and he's like, class dismissed. Walks out. That's funny. Like, I know
I
that
saw
actually.
him a time or two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I said, she's a little tiny thing. He's a big old dude. He probably weighed, I don't know, 260 or something, big guy. and she maybe weighed 100 pounds. She's a little Asian lady. And I said, "You've seen this happen?" She says, "3 times." And she's real cute. I said, "Well, you're a pretty brave lady." She says, "Not brave at all." She says, "It's very scary." I said, I get that. It would be very scary. But you still sleep in the same bed with him at night? She said, "Yeah." She said, "He's very nice when he's not a wolf." And
You don't say.
I said, "Well, I can see that he's very nice when he's not a wolf, but the fact that you're still together, you're a very brave lady." But anyway, we cast it out, and he still is in contact with me. But the culture that we live in, what's the hope for a man like that?
There's no room for it to even exist.
Everybody thinks
Yep.
he's blown over the cuckoo's nest, though everybody that is a Christian will say, "I know this story about Nebuchadnezzar."
This person in the chat says, sad you have an OnlyFans. I'm not sad about it. It's made lots of money for me to follow my dreams and get lots of animals and live a good life. And it's given me an audience who probably needs to hear about Jesus. Because if I was brand friendly, I'd be preaching to a choir probably.
And I believe it.
And
But they don't. They don't.
It's a historic belief, meaning I believe it happened once upon a time in history. But
It's almost like they believe that story was told at one point in time in history. They treat it as if it's a story that you tell kids and stuff, and it's not really meant to believe.
Yeah.
It's like, I believe, you believe the story was told at one point in time in history. It's documented in a book, and you dance around whether it's real or not in your heart.
Right.
And that's the thing with like even salvation. It's like Romans 10:9. It's like you got to confess with your mouth, believe in your heart. You can say what you want with your mouth, but when it comes to your heart, and so when it comes to these stories, you can say as much as you want. Oh yeah, I believe the Bible, but do you actually believe the Bible?
Yeah.
And that's that story. I mean, on the wall behind Jack over there's a movie poster, at top left corner, Expedition Dogman.
Yeah.
That was the very first documentary I ever shot.
Really?
Yeah, and I didn't even know I was shooting a documentary at the time. I literally thought that I was just doing a YouTube video. And then I just so happened to assemble the Avengers, and I was like, "Oh, we have a crew here. This is actually worth something."
Yeah.
But the whole thing behind that was episode 335. I had a guy on the show from Kentucky who said that when he was a kid, him and his grandfather would go raccoon hunting. He'd go out at night with the dogs, and they go out into the Daniel Boone Forest. And his grandfather's at the point now where he physically can't get out anymore. So he drove the truck, he parked it, they had radios. So he's going through the woods. The dogs get on a trail. They tree a coon. There's 2 dogs. Jake, the older dog, which was a legendary hunting dog in the area, and then Bo, which was a younger dog that was being trained. So as he's trying to catch up to the dogs, they're off in the distance. You just hear him barking.
Right.
He hears these coyotes coming in. And his grandfather gets on the radio and said, "You better get to the dogs before the coyotes do, or else it's gonna be a bloodbath."
Yeah.
And so he's trying to get there as fast as he can, and he hears the coyotes come in. There's this fight, and he hears his younger dog Bo run away. And when Bo runs away, his older dog Jake, he said, sounded like he held down the spot where the raccoon was in the tree, because these dogs run off. And he said that they came in like one by one though. And he said it's like they regrouped and they came in together and they started attacking his dog Jake, and they started beating up on him. And then all of a sudden he hears Bo come back, and the fight changes, and they run off, and he comes and he sees Jake barking at the tree again. Just, he calls it chopping down a tree with the barks, And so he goes over and pats Jake on the head, and good boy. And he hears Bo on the other side of the tree chomping down on a coyote. And so he's like, this dog's turning into a great hunting dog. Let me go over there. So he goes around the tree to congratulate his dog on a good fight. And he realizes that that's not his dog that he thought came back. He said what he was looking at was the biggest dog he's ever seen. He said, "I am very, very familiar with the woods, the people in this area. I know everybody's dogs. I've never seen this dog my entire life." And as he's standing there, probably from me to the wall from this dog is right there. He said he's contemplating how large this dog is, and he said it was so big that it was holding the rib cage of a coyote by its mouth. So he has the rib cage in its mouth, and the dog stops and sees him and looks up at him, and as it locks eyes with him, he said, "This is where everything changed to." This is something that it's like a bad dream. He said the dog stood up on its hind legs. And in his mind, he said,
the coyote in its mouth.
Well, I don't know if it dropped. Maybe he dropped it at that point.
Yeah.
But he said in his mind, he's like trying to rationalize. He's like, this isn't happening. All right. It stood up on its hind legs and it's leaning against the tree. And he said, then it took a step towards him, and then he took off running. And it turns into this whole like him telling the story probably takes about this part of the story takes probably about 20, 30 minutes, but it probably happened in 5 seconds. But I go down and I want to investigate this area because one of the key things about it was during this fight that then happened between his dog and this thing, his dog lost his collar, which was metal. And I was like, and he never retrieved it. And I said, so if you take me to this location and I can find your dog's collar, I could show that this actually happened.
Yeah.
And so we go down there and do this whole thing. And the reason why I tell you this whole story is because of how stupid I felt telling people what I was doing, you know, and how ridiculous I was made to feel by people in my everyday world. Like people listening to stuff, they were excited about it and stuff. And we all celebrated it together. Yeah. But like everyday life, I was this just moron who believed that this could even be possible.
Right.
And on this topic of werewolf, or if you want to call it dog man, I feel like there's different. In my mind, I categorize things in 3 to 4 different categories. But let's just say it this way: I think that these things do exist. They come into existence possibly through what you had just said, like ritual. Then there's, I believe that these things might be more interdimensional as well. Look the same, but maybe come from different origins. But I also believe that
He said, no, it wasn't a dog he saw. It was a dog man. He said, stood up on its hind legs, bipedal.
is an element where there are elites who understand what is going on and what is out there, and there's replication. So with all that, when it comes to this specific topic, but in general, there's got to be like these curveballs that happen. If that man has a were spirit in him, you can cast that thing out. But what if something is maybe coming from another realm?
Yeah.
Or even created by an organization. And I'm asking this very open-ended because I don't have an answer to it.
Yeah.
Like, but it leaves you scratching your head because you're wondering, well, how do you handle something that was created and it looks like this? Maybe it was grown in a lab, but it's not a demon.
Yeah.
It's not an entity. It's not a spirit possessing a man.
Have you noticed that since the birth of social media and people, it's harder to keep secrets from people who've experienced stuff like this? You see decoys getting pushed by like pop culture, like furries. So when people are like, there was this dog man, people are like, oh, you like a furry? Ha ha ha. Where it's like there's things to you know, kind of like as a cover up, make people think it's ridiculous. Muddy the waters, throw off the Google searches. It's interesting.
How do we even handle that? You know, and that just kind of makes me left holding a bag, scratching my head again.
Yeah.
You know, and I guess I just put that on the table to you because the similar things happen with aliens too.
Yeah.
Like there are times people will be in an abduction, and they'll cry out to Jesus, and the abduction stops immediately. There's tons of documented cases like that.
Yeah.
And then there's other times where the same thing happens and they're crying out and it doesn't stop. And you could say, one, okay, are they really a Christian? Is that the part of the formula? Or maybe is what was happening to that person, the alien entity that was doing the abduction, was it the same type of thing that the other person was experiencing,
Yeah.
So I laid a bunch on the table. I'll let you sift through it as you like.
Yeah, well, I have a 3-word answer for that.
Okay.
I don't
Yes.
know.
Me neither.
and that's okay.
Yeah.
In fact, it's preferable. If you think you know everything, you're guaranteed to be wrong about a whole bunch of stuff because it's not a possibility that any human knows everything. So, of course, this topic, we know there are transmogrification spirits.
Yeah.
And I think we also know there are beings that are fallen, and they're interdimensional entities.
Yep.
I think that the Bigfoot stuff is one of those.
Yeah.
And I have some unique friends, but one of them is a translator for the DoD original language translator, and so he hobnobs with very interesting people around very interesting topics. But anyway, he says that Tulsa, New Mexico has a Bigfoot in captivity that they've been doing tests on. Again, that's what he says. I don't know. But, what I have learned is I have.
Someone in the chat says, what they're saying is just pure mumbo jumbo. You know what? For everyone's safety, we all agree with you. Mumbo jumbo. Let's debunk this. We don't believe in this stuff. You're right.
Have been surprised enough
True.
in my life and wrong enough in my life that I'm never again going to disbelieve somebody just for the heck of it.
I won't believe anything that the government doesn't release in their files.
I'm never
True.
going to say, well, that sounds strange.
Yep.
I don't believe it.
For my own comfortability, I won't believe it. That's usually what it boils down
That's
to.
what it boils down to. And,
Yep.
and I'm not on that page ever again. I'll just say, okay, so I'm going to believe that until somebody proves that was concocted. Or, I mean, proves
Yep.
it. Not just
That's how it
that I
goes.
hear a whole bunch of people that choose to not believe it. But you have to posture yourself as either a person of faith or a person of doubt and unbelief. And when I was young, largely through religious indoctrination, largely, I just didn't believe a whole lot of stuff. And my wife, who's A.A. Allen's granddaughter, she is a woman of faith. And she called me on it. And she said, you have a stronghold of doubt and unbelief, and you need to deal with it. I thank God for her. But when I thought that through, I don't want to be a man of doubt and unbelief. What if Thomas would have chose to believe? He'd be called Faithful Thomas for 2,000 years instead of Doubting Thomas.
Tina, do you have a video or article or something about that? Is that and when? I don't know when we're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to be that guy that just chooses not to believe, because really, I love people, and it's very demeaning to the other person to choose not to believe in their experience. Why would you do that? None of us want somebody to do that to us, right? And the rule of Christ is do to others what you would want them to do to you. So I've just learned to think, well, maybe. It's a weird world that we live in.
Yeah,
And,
you of all people would know that.
yeah, and so I guess I've been so wrong about so many things that I thought I was so right about that it makes it easy for me to say, well, maybe, and then just I got a big shelf to store weird and wonderful things. Like I'll put that on the shelf, see if I learn anything else about that as we go on. But and I have a lot of questions about eternity. I've heard a lot of people talk about experiences they've had, and they don't fit in the tidy little parameters of, doctrinal parameters that we have established in Bible college.
Yeah.
Okay, so it still was a good person, good-hearted, a sane person, not trying to prove anything. And he's just saying, I had this experience. It's not a theory to me. I had this experience. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to call you a liar just because I haven't had that experience. Right. I'm going to instead say, how do you like them apples, right? And then put it on a shelf and say that there may be something that we have completely overlooked. And in my line of work, I'll give you a great example. Basic Christian religion, I should probably say that Augustinian theology, he's the father of Western theology. So Augustine thought there were angels and demons, and that everybody, when they died, instantly went into the eternal state, and everything else was lies. Well, there's no biblical reason to think that. And when you go into some of the situations I go into, you hear all kinds of things about wandering spirits, spirits that, like, for instance, the killing fields in Cambodia. We don't even know about the killing fields. But in Cambodia, if you want a really good deal on land, buy a killing field, because the spirits of the unquiet dead haunt those killing fields.
The fuck?
And everybody in Cambodia knows it because they can hear their voices at night. You don't get a whole culture that's making stuff.
The fuck?
They hear their voices. So they don't want anything to do with those killing fields where they axe murdered people and threw them in a rice paddy, during the Khmer Rouge. So we can.
I've never heard of this. That's crazy.
And have bought a killing field and prayer walked around it until all the spirits are quiet, and then built an orphanage there.
Wow.
Right?
Really?
Yeah. What you're doing is just exorcising the spirits from the field. Like, you can't be here anymore. You need to go wherever.
Did you actually hear them yourself?
I didn't hear them.
Okay.
But I used to wish I could hear every little thing.
What the hell are they even talking about? I mean, I've been skipping around, so if you don't know the context, or I don't know how long you've been watching this, we're in like 1 hour and 30 minutes. They're just telling stories of like stuff they've experienced in their ministry. I mean, just because you don't have the context doesn't mean they haven't been giving context. But I have been skipping around too.
I'm kind of glad I don't now, because it would be a rough life to live, because I'm involved in so much. I could just go and do exorcisms in Cambodia and go right to sleep. I sleep like a baby. And other people are like, oh my God, how did you sleep last night? This was happening, that was happening. So I've learned to see it as a blessing. But
I'd never heard of these killing fields.
Hear things. And
that's interesting.
but I know it's real, and I know that the people that live there, the average Cambodian, their pineal gland is working just fine, and so they are able to actually see into the spirit realm. And I've had some amazing experience with that. Little kids say, "You're making the spirit mad." How do you know? So, well, look at him; he's mad at you. Oh, well, I can't see him. They just like, what? He's right there in the tree.
He's looking like fluoride.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But anyway, I'm thankful that I've been around enough strange things to help me not be so bigoted in my perspective.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to be humble, all right, and not think more highly of ourselves than we ought to think. But anyway, if you get out and around, you start thinking, it's a big world. Eternity is just that. It's forever in every direction. And we can't possibly know very much about it. And so...
Ever been in a rural area and felt some creepiness at night? No, not yet. I haven't had much chance to, but I'm sure I will when I move to a property, maybe. But, I feel like the only creepiness that I'll probably feel is maybe, like, screeching owls or some kind of animal at night, and then I'll probably get paranoid and be like, demons! But it'll probably just be something harmless like that. I don't know. I've been pretty lucky in life to have never had to deal with like haunting or like weird shit. I feel like I have the protection of Jesus, so I don't know. I feel like I'll be okay. I think the only like thing that I'll really have to deal with is animals. But that might be probably more initially when I move in, especially if the property has been kind of like sitting on the market without much upkeep for a while. Wildlife will come in and start, making it their home. But, later on, I think, after the property's been settled regularly, they'll learn to avoid it, maybe.
Let's hold things open-handed and be willing to learn and learn to talk to each other and listen to each other.
I think what will help me a lot, too, is if I get a property that needs a lot of construction, I feel like the construction sounds and the clearing of trees and the demolition and how long it takes to do that will have scared away the predators by then.
Not always just say, oh, no, that's not possible,
Yeah. You kind of talked about that last night a little bit with the Despater.
Yeah.
And I found that I mean, I would love it if you shared that experience, because that was you guys kind of touching new territory with, because you have a I'm doing it again. What's the word? I did it last night at dinner. The
Deliverance.
Deliverance. I don't know why the last 24 hours I can't remember the word deliverance.
Yeah. Last night when you were hunting for it, I thought it was some technical
I know
word.
everybody, and I was like, I told Jack, I'm like, shut up. You're making this harder. I guess I want to say discipleship.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But you have a deliverance ministry,
Yeah.
and what I find interesting about that is, I think you shared it on the first episode with me, how at one point in time in your life you had never seen a miracle,
Right.
and that was a big problem for you.
Yeah.
And for your faith, it was a big faith checking moment. And now to see that you have like this entire ministry that's built around supernatural.
Yeah.
And you guys do these different deliverances, but you had never tackled it was depression, not depression. What was the discouragement?
Discouragement. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the Dispater thing. Yeah.
But that had something to do with the guy on your staff, though, right?
Yeah. 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 So you want me to tell the story
Yeah,
real
please.
quick? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we had been doing what we called tearing down strongholds classes. And that just on Tuesday or Thursday night, we'd do a tearing down strongholds, and people would come out, and it was always thematic. And so we would advertise over the weekend what we're doing, tearing down the stronghold of lust, or tearing down the stronghold of unforgiveness, or whatever it was, right? And there's so many things, and so we'd been doing that for years. And one of our staff pastors, who's a close friend of mine and was very involved from the get-go. He was involved the first night that we had an experience with demons. His name's Jess Parker. And by the way, if anyone's listening, and go to churchgladtidings.com. In the store, Jess Parker has lots and lots of different stronghold messages, tearing down stronghold of whatever. And he'll go through the Bible and talk about it and teach on it. And then and then pray for people to be free of those life-dominating things, because that's our motto, is get free, stay free, help other people get free. So anyway, we'd been doing a lot of these, and here Jess comes down. His wife was sick, and she actually eventually died. He's remarried now, but at the time Peggy was really sick, and he came down, and he just he's a great guy. He's a spiritual warrior, but he was just quipped, and he said, "I quit." And he tried to, tender his resignation. I said, "I'm not receiving your resignation. You're discouraged." "No, I quit. I can't do this anymore. My wife's sick. It's, nothing's working out, blah, blah, blah." But being his close friend, listening to him, I could just see discouragement oozing out in every direction. And so I said, "Jess, you're discouraged. I want you to take a week off and just relax and sleep in, and, don't pray for anybody. Just take a week off. I bet we'll talk again." And so he came back a week later. He's a good man. He'd been praying and, sorting things out, and he was doing a little better, but he came back and he said, I think you're right. I'm really discouraged." And I said, "Okay, so I've been praying for you this week." And it dawned on me, we've done tearing down the stronghold of just about everything. And we've overlooked discouragement because it's so universal. People get discouraged, So he said, "Well, I don't want to do that." I said, "Yeah." I said, "That's your deal. You do the stronghold classes. I'll help you. Let's do it together." But so anyway, he says, "Okay." So he went down to his office to work on it, and his laptop, which was not plugged in or on, it was open, sitting on his desk with this god awful picture of this demon. And he had a big war club. He's holding a severed head, and he has his one foot up on a pile of skulls. And it says across the screen, "You really want to F with me?" And he came back and showed it to me. He says, this was just there when I went into my office. And so I said, well, obviously that spirit is behind discouragement. And so anyway, that week, is
he saying that like it popped up? Like a pop-up? That's weird. The fuck? Sometimes I feel like technology isn't what we think it is. Sometimes I feel like it's like a magic mirror. things can pop in when they want to. It didn't. I thought he was talking about his wallpaper too at first, but then he's like, "This was just there when I went to my, like as if it was a pop up." I don't know that. Let me circle back.
So anyway, that spirit, I went into my office and he came back and showed it to me.
Because he wouldn't show him his wallpaper. Right. He's like, this thing popped up.
This was just there when I went into my office. And so I said, well, obviously that spirit is behind discouragement. And so, so anyway, that week, this convergence of spiritual warfare, that week, his Facebook got hacked, I think 2 days later, and somebody was posting as him on his Facebook, F these Christians, they're so stupid. I'm just making money off them, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, it was.
What the fuck? That's crazy. I never heard of that kind of Facebook hack. That's weird.
It was somehow coming onto his Facebook page as if he was posting it. And so anyway, I said, well, yes, everybody that knows you knows that you would never do that. You got hacked. It happens. Shut down the Facebook page. So he shut down that. And then he got an email that said, how do you like what we did with your Facebook page? And so he came down to show me the email. And we noticed together that the email address was dispater666 at AOL.com. So anyway, I said, well, all right, let's go with this name. Let's see what we already know what 666 means. So let's do this name. Well, when we Googled that, the same picture came up as Dispater, and it said this is one of the seven spirits that surround the throne of Lucifer, and they are the seven strongest fallen spirits. And Dispater means the father of all discouragement, and it had a whole thing. By the way, he's one of the figures in Dungeons and Dragons, the game. Really powerful figure.
Does he go by that name?
Dispater, yeah.
Wow.
And so anyway, we read about it, and it said that he's the father of all discouragement, and he boasts of being able to particularly discourage the righteous by diverting all money and benefits and favors away from them and putting it into the hands of the wicked, so that they, like David, said, I serve God for nothing. Look at how the wicked prosper, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Maybe I'm coping, but I feel like that's what happened to me after the break-in. Is my social media reach and like just dropped on like every platform. It was crazy. Luckily, I still got nice titties, so I still make pretty good money. But I feel like I got like, I don't know, some kind of agenda against me. Because everything just like stopped that. Like it all dropped off like after the break-in, where I decided that I would start sharing like my I guess Jesus isms. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Yeah, faith, that's the word. It's like not religion.
And everybody that's tried to serve God for long has run into that.
I'm alive too. Sure.
And so, and our church was very familiar with it at the time. And so anyway, we learned about Dispater and the direct attack that spirit had against the leadership of the church. And so, we did the tearing down strongholds, and we prayed a lot against Dispater. And the way that demon princes work is that there are millions of demons under them, right? They're like generals. And so anyway, we've had a lot of experience since then praying against that. And it's really prevalent. It's like the spirit of Jezebel. Jezebel is not a demon. There are millions of
Twitch can shadow, but no, but not just Twitch. I'm talking about like every platform.
Spirits that work under that demon lord. And so it's one of the fallen ones. And so anyway, that was the story about how powerful discouragement is and how it works. Of course, Jezebel is seduction and rebellion. But anyway, those kind of things, can be uh, assigned to where they focus their legions on a particular ministry or a particular person. It can be overwhelming.
So you said this last night, and then you just said it again. And I don't know how far you are even equipped to dig into it with me. But this idea of the seven entities, spirits, whatever they are, fallen entities that I guess support and serve Satan, and the Spader being one of them. Have you looked at that as far as like what the other six are and the roles in culture, society, like where the markers are that you're like, yep, that's that one? Because I have in my journey doing this have come across a lot of stories, and one of the things that helped me turn to the page to where I'm at now with things where I'm like, it's warfare, it's happening right now, and you better lace them up and get ready to fight.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a choice in this.
Yeah.
Was a story where there was an entity that appeared to a man that went by a certain name that I'd never heard before, and it turned into this whole big story where, I mean, he was taken by this entity and shown how to do things, and he was showing other people how to do it, and transcending realms and transfigurations and all this stuff with the body. And I, hearing what you have to say with that, I was wondering, I was like, I wonder how complex this hierarchy is. Like Heiser, we were talking about Heiser, and Heiser talks about Psalm 82. I was just say 82 again. I'm assuming everybody knows what I mean.
Yeah.
But, and how God is judging Elohim, and it just paints this picture of there's a hierarchy outside of what Western Christian theology typically has believed in and said there is. There's other Elohim that have been created by the Elohim, and they had jobs, they rebelled, but those Elohim, from what I understand as the simple podcaster, are different than the fallen angels. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but it seems like there's a hierarchy and structure to that, but there's also a hierarchy and structure to those who serve God as well, the angels, and it's like I don't think I've ever heard of this idea of the seven spirits.
The seven Satans is what they call them.
Seven Satans?
Yeah.
Okay.
Satan just means adversaries, but they're called the seven Satans.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what do you know about it? I mean,
well, okay, so this is my feeling. I've studied it some, and you get into different people having different theories about how things are structured. My feeling is that we don't know for sure, and so we shouldn't act like we know for sure.
Right.
Again, that's the big challenge for theologians, is they want to act like they know for sure. But if you listen to the ancient rabbis, they have different configurations, and so we should be content to recognize that we don't know for sure. But I think there are some things that we can know. I think there are different genres of spirits. We know that Lucifer was called the Great Dragon, and we know that seraphim in Scripture are the fiery dragons. And the reason that it wasn't translated is because of an aversion to dragons. And the thing we have to remember is God created everything. He didn't create some things, and Satan created some things. God created everything. And in their created state, they were perfect, which means there's perfect dragons, which I think is cool.
That is cool. Get me one of those.
Get me one of those. That's exactly. God gives me dreams sometimes. I saw one of them that came down on our stage at that time. But anyway, there are different genres of things. We know that there are, some of them talked about in Scripture, there are watchers, there are fallen watchers, there are holy watchers. We know there are warriors. We know that there are messengers. We know that all those are different stations that God ordained employees. And I think that we can assume that because of the prevalence of Lucifer in the eternal structure, that a big swath fell under him. So there would be some dragons, and there would be some watchers, and there would be some warriors. There would, a whole bunch of stars are another genre. And so anyway, I think probably just there is a third of the stars. If we just, as a starting place, we just say let's take that percentage and use it across the board. and say that a third of everything followed the dragon and his rebellion. And that's what destroyed the pre-Adamic Earth during that cosmic revolt. Then, then they're they probably a third is quite a chunk,
Yeah.
right? So they probably established their kingdom as much as they could to reflect or to mirror the kingdom of God in heaven. We know Satan has a throne, and so there's God has a throne, Satan has a throne. God have the seven what we call wrongly so, but we call them the face angels. But they're not even angels in terms of Moloch messengers. But anyway, the seven spirits of God that dwell before the throne. And Isaiah, of course, lists them out: wisdom and understanding, all those things. But anyway, I think that the seven Satans are a reflection of the seven spirits of God. The Catholic Church has named them all. They don't have Dispater in there. When we were studying Dispater, they said he could be one of the others, like Asmodeus or Baal, because it's sort of like me when I travel. My name's Dave in America, but in Hawaii or in Japan is Dabido, and it's still me. It's different over there, right? Yeah. So who knows how all those lines fall, right?
Sure.
But I think there are all different kinds um, of stations in the kingdom of darkness. And demons are different entirely.
Yeah.
They're the disembodied spirits of the ancient evil dead that were commissioned in the days of Enoch to try the hearts of the sons of men.
Things you couldn't say 30 years ago.
Yeah. and so the other ones, and there's egregores an egregore is a spirit that is empowered through the sins of a region. And it may be the same as a principality, it may not, but that's generally how an egregore is defined, is that it establishes a regional throne based on the sins that have been perpetrated there. And again, so probably similar to a prince. Principality means the ruler of a region, right? And so are they exactly the same? Might be one of those things where it's language, right? But one thing we know for sure is there's almost infinite variety in all kinds of things. And so there's no reason to believe that it doesn't go right down to imps and all those kinds of things. Some of them align themselves with the morning star, Lucifer, and were cast out of heaven. And I think we need to remember that everything was created good. And those, like Tinkerbell, whatever little fairy type thing, the religious mind in America would discount all that as fairy tales and whatnot.
Yeah.
But the reason there are fairy tales is people have had all kinds of experiences for a very long time. And I don't know if you knew this, but both C.S. Lewis and J.R. Tolkien, they both stated in their writings that they wrote fictional books to express their own experiences in the spirit realm, because the Church of England was too dull to receive.
We looked up J.R. Tolkien yesterday, and he does have like the military ties. But let's see if C.S. Lewis does. Religious or military ties. Let's look up. Let's look it up. Yeah, theologian. Let me see. Like more than that, I'm thinking. Let's see. Who's Beatrix Potter? That's interesting. I didn't hear of her. It sounds so Harry Potter. I guess she's an author, old author. Oh, Peter Rabbit. Oh, interesting. Okay. Whoa. Oh. Fun. A preparatory school. It was during this time that he abandoned Christianity. He was taught as a child and became an atheist. During this time, he also developed a fascination with European mythology and the occult. Oh, great. I missed it. Missed what? I'm looking for military stuff. Oh. Okay. So, I mean, I was just reading the long form version, but sure. Yeah. I mean, sure. That works too. I was more reading, like, more about it. That's the spark note highlight. But yes. Okay. This was occupied as summer holiday weekends, visiting Royal Air Force stations to speak on his faith. Okay. So I guess he came back around to it and then talked about it too, and military stuff. So yeah, it seems like most people who talk about the fantasy shit have ties to the military. And often religious shit too. So it makes you wonder, what did they experience? For certain. Interesting. Interesting.
David, and I can't remember which of them, but one of them said, "Isn't it sad that people will receive more from a fictional story than the confessions of a true experience?"
Yeah.
That's pretty sad.
It's extremely sad.
Yeah.
And if you think about the writings that they had,
That's because it makes them feel better, right? They'd be like, oh, well, that's just fantasy. But it's entertaining rather than like the scary thing of it being real.
you're left holding a bag of, well, which one was real? You know, because it's all wild, you know? I got some thoughts on that, though, for sure, because that story I told you about earlier, the young man who was recruited by the entity, part of his story is he says the same thing, is he said there's a lot of authors, even down to Hollywood, directors who think, one, they'll mask it as a fake movie, but it's actually based off reality, or they will have something come to them in a dream and give them these ideas, and then they're like, oh man, this either an amazing dream or I'm so creative. Yeah. And it's like, well,
Exactly.
actually.
So let me tell you a story about that. I have a friend, you may have heard of Sadhu Singh, that is from Chennai, India. But anyway, he's got a ministry that's called Angel TV, and he's a great guy. And he was praying about the end of time, and he told me this himself. He said an angel appeared to him and said, the master's heard your prayer. He was praying about, how can I prepare people for the days that we're coming into, right? And he wanted to use his Angel TV to do it. This is not Angel Studios that does movies. It's from Chennai, India. But anyway, he calls it Angel TV. So anyway, so he said, an angel came to him, said, the master has allowed me to come to you and with a message. And the message is, listen to the prophets of Hollywood. And so Sadhu said, I am not sure who the prophets of Hollywood are. And the angel said, in other words, almost exactly what you said. He said the prophets of Hollywood are people who don't know the master, but they hear his voice and assume it's their imagination. And they have put together movies about the end of the age that are reflective of a prophetic voice, even though they're not Christian. And so he said he told him one by name, and that's I think it's called 10.5, Apocalypse 10.5 or something. It's about it. The
What do you
Richter.
call that? Okay.
There's the Richter scale. It was supposed to go from 0 to 10 was supposed to be a extinction event. That the Earth self-destructs. The movie's called 10.5. It's about
Absolute annihilation.
Yeah, and I've watched the movie a couple of times. It's about an earthquake that opens up what's that?
Andre's fault.
It does that on the west, but there's one that goes down the Missouri River.
Yes. I was just looking at that last week.
And that becomes a tidal breach. It goes up in the movie.
Holy cow!
It becomes a tidal breach. It goes up through the Great Lakes, and it divides America in half. Everything on that side becomes a different continent because it goes all the way from the Great Lakes down into now the Gulf of America.
Jack, look up, try finding what it's called, because there's a specific thing that I can't remember, but it was like in the 1800s or something like that. There was an earthquake that was I think it was like a 7.9, and the aftershocks were like 7 something, and it happened. The epicenter was, I think, like Springfield, Missouri, or not, maybe not Springfield.
What was the
like,
movie called again?
Everything reaching that Missouri River quake, and it was called 10.5. It's
10.5.
Absolute annihilation.
Yeah.
There was an earthquake that was like
I've never heard of a lot of these movies, man. I don't know. $2004, huh? It's kind of around the same time as the Apocalypto thing, and it's called 10 point. The Apocalypse in the subtitle. Interesting. It's also on Amazon, I guess. Cool. The miniseries. Oh, okay.
I think it was like a 7.9, and the aftershocks were like 7 something, and it happened. The epicenter was, I think, like Springfield, Missouri, or not, maybe not Springfield, but right on across the line from the Tennessee borderline. Just try to dig around and see if you find anything. I'm so surprised you brought this up, because I don't even remember how I got on this. I just go down these like rabbit holes,
Yeah.
And I was like, nah, that ain't real. You're saying actually.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, you can just look up verses in the Bible. It says, at some point, the earth will shake to the point that every major city is destroyed. That's an earthquake.
Like I remember seeing there was a graphic, and the graphic showed the center of the country where the epicenter is. The complete destruction, it said, and then there's a circle outside of that initial circle that showed the levels of damage. And this was, it basically covered the entire country.
Yeah.
And being right here, we're just outside the catastrophic zone, but you're probably dead zone, but maybe your kids survived a little bit. But they definitely are missing some arms.
Yeah.
Terrible. It's all not moving.
Yeah. Well, where are you going to move? Different planet? The whole planet's going to shake at the end of the age.
Maybe I'll go down with Hogan.
Yeah, there you go. Well, anyway, I do believe that very creative people, God is the source of creativity. Very creative people are hearing from God impressions that often they attribute to their own prowess. Like, I'm a great musician or whatever. I'll tell you a story. Do you know who Steve Mitchell is? He's a worship leader for Metro Church, and the guy.
Let me see. I think it's close to the end. Let me see. Wonder if I'll remember the 10.5 and the Apocalypse, though. Hopefully. There was some interesting stuff posted in media share. Oh yeah, Tina wanted me to see this. Think about the rejected patches. Oh, and there's on Stonehenge. Rejected Apollo 17 patches. Something about the moon and the Stonehenge. Interesting. I don't know. That is interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Was interesting though.
I turn on the light. That witch was standing at the foot of my bed. I saw him, my wife saw him, and then boom, he was gone. And then my friends, they're like, yeah, man, that guy's trying to kill you. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like, what did I do? Did you offer your friendship? And I said, yes. I shook his hand and said, I am your friend. Friendship is a covenant. You just gave this dude access and he's trying to kill you. Then I went back down to the Amazon and I confronted him to his face and said, I renounce any covenant that I made with you. I'm not your friend. He was a witch doctor and we built a medical clinic. We sent a boat up there to bring people to the hospital and the brother's out of business.
So lesson learned, don't be friendly to everyone. Not everyone you should befriend. Jeez. Sage Protocol says, you want to awaken? No, I'm good. I'm awake to the stuff that matters, and I don't need whatever you're offering, that's for sure. I feel like this was just this. I'm okay. You can keep whatever it is. I don't know. Let's see. Anything else interesting on here? Ooh. What's this? The Odin. Odin stone. Never heard of the Odin stone.
Hello, my name is Jacob Totson, and welcome to the Wisdom of Odin. Today I have a story to share with you I think you're going to want to pay attention to. For today, I have a story about Odin, particularly Odin veneration within the last 200 years. The story comes to us from the Orkney Islands here in Scotland. Sadly, I cannot be there today to share with you this story, but I hope this view makes up for that fact. So on the Orkney Islands, there is a stone called the Stone of Odin. And this stone was the center point of pagan worship and celebrations for hundreds, if not thousands of years. The earliest date that we have reference to this stone goes all the way back to the 1600s.
Odin's Norse
But more than
god,
likely, it's been there
not
ever
Greek.
since the time of the early pagan tribes. Because the Orkney Islands were inhabited by many people from the Scandinavian world, and so therefore a lot of the pagan traditions that existed here were actually related to Norse paganism from the past. Now what makes this stone so interesting and connected to Odin is the fact that it's a standing stone that was put there by the early settlers of the Orkney Islands. But then in the center of this stone is a hole that has been carved out, almost looking like a singular eye. I do want to share with you two of the earliest accounts we have of the stones coming from 1693 and then into the 1700s. Betwixt the stones of Stenness and the bridge are two stones standing, of the same largeness with the rest, whereof one has a round hole in the midst of it. 125 yards to the east.
It was the glory hole for giants.
The watchstone is another stone with a hole
They
in it
stood
on one
behind
side towards
and-
the bottom, from which going towards the circle is another 73 yards from the faucet.
Oh, good.
And also in the 1700s, we have the first drawing of the Odin stone. Now, to this point as well, I want to mention the other standing stones that are near the Odin stone. Now, the most impressive of these stones is a stone circle that is just simply called the Stone Circle of Stenness. Now, what makes this stone circle so interesting, besides its pure beauty, is the fact that it might be the oldest stone circle in all of the British Isles. There are three other standing stones that have been mentioned throughout history, one of them being the Odin stone, and the other one being the Watchstone. Additionally, there are some rumors that there was another stone that was a twin of the Odin stone, and there are a couple of depictions that show two different stones with holes in them. However, the Odin stone itself seems to be the only one that is mentioned throughout history. Within the late 1700s is when many people began to explore the Orkney Islands and the traditions there, and many people started to draw the Odin stone as it was a very popular landmark to the locals here. So we have many different depictions of the stone today, and the one I'm showing you on the screen now is probably the one closest to what the stone looked like. As many people mentioned being able to put an entire head through the stone, or at least the head of a small child. And even in this one depiction, it was described as a sacrificial stone, and it was rumored to actually have stuck people's head through the stone to have them beheaded at some point within the stone's history. Now, it seems like this tradition had ended by the point people started exploring and researching these stones, and so it's not really recorded within the traditions that survived within the, at least modern era at this time. The most important tradition that seems to be held around the Odin stone is partaking of what was called an Odin oath, meaning that you stuck your hand through the stone and grabbed hold of another person's hand within the village, or just stuck your hand through the stone to talk to Odin himself, and you made an oath. Now, this is, of course, interesting because Odin and oaths are something that are very synonymous with one another, even into the modern Norse pagan era now. And so to see this traditional village practicing things for hundreds of years the same way they had for hundreds of years prior, I think is very interesting, that we're really not that far off in the modern era, knowing that Odin is very connected to oaths. The young man was called before the session. The elders were particularly severe. Being asked by the minister the cause of so much rigor, they answered, "You do not know what a bad man this is. He has broke a promise to Odin." Being further asked what they meant by the promise of Odin, they put him in mind of the stone of Stenhouse, with a round hole in it, and added that it was customary, when promises were made, for the contracting parties to join hands through the hole, and the promises so made that they were called promises of Odin. So here we have an account of something within a local community here, that the elders of the community took these oaths very seriously.
Interesting.
Now, much like modern Europe, a lot of people probably didn't necessarily see Odin as a deity or these as religious practices, but just as cultural practices. But what I find interesting here is that people saw them as binding agreements, or at least in such a way that if you broke one of these oaths that were made through the Odin stone hole, you were seen as a really bad person within the town. And this is something, again, we see within the Prose and Poetic Edda, that the worst of society were the oath breakers. Most of the research around the Odin stone seemed to come from around 1784 from Dr. Robert Henry, who worked for the Society of Antiquarians researching the Orkney Islands. he has many different accounts of different traditions that were held around this stone in 1784 when he was observing the population. I think the most interesting of these accounts that Dr. Robert Henry wrote down is of a marriage ceremony, or at least a love dance ceremony that happened around the stone that is just screaming different pagan elements. And this is, we're really getting into the nitty gritty of how ceremonious the stone was to the people of the Orkney Islands. The parties agreed, stole from the rest of their companions, and went to the Temple of the Moon, the Stones of Steness, where the woman, in presence of the man, fell down on her knees and prayed to the god Woden, for such was the name of the god they addressed, that he would enable her to perform all promises and obligations she had as to make to the young man present. After which they both went to the Temple of the Sun, the Ring of Rodger, where the man prayed in a similar manner to the woman. Then they went to Odin's stone, the man being on one side and the woman on the other. They took hold of each other's hands right through the hole, and there swore to be constant and faithful to each other. And again, this is an account from 1784. This is not a time period I think many people think about a height of pagan practices. You know, most people are very concerned with the British Empire at this point, or having revolutions in the Americas. So the fact that people, you know, in the world were having rituals of love to Odin.
What? They're not sugary. Why would they keep me up?
I hope this is insane for you as well, because I've never heard this story before, and I absolutely love it. Now, the Odin stone is also seen as a healing object, and many people that had lame limbs, that had crippled limbs, would put them through the stone and leave offerings of ale and food at the foot of the stone, praying to Odin for its healing powers. I think this also combines with what we know of the Celtic practices of the pagan era as well, where people saw these megalithic objects as portals to the other world. And so by putting your hand through this stone circle, by putting your body through it, you were accessing that.
You need empty stomach to sleep properly. That's a myth. You don't need an empty stomach to sleep properly. I sleep properly no matter what I've eaten. No, it's a myth. You don't need it. It might allow you to sleep better, but you can still achieve REM sleep and sleep properly without having an empty stomach. You track your sleep? Fuck no. I have no schedule. I don't have a job. I sleep when I'm tired, and I wake up when I'm not tired. And I just wing every day based on that.
Other world. You were going into something sacred. So it really seems to have been seen as a portal to the other world, particularly to the realm of Odin. The stone's healing powers were often combined with the water of the nearby well at Bigswell. There the affected were...
You sleep the same time every day and not eat before bed to stay healthy. That's propaganda pushed by 9-to-5 employers. Fuck that.
Circle the well 3 times sunwise before drinking the water and heading off to the Odin stone.
Increasing productivity.
In the well before they were taken to the hold monolith. I also saw accounts of mothers taking their newborn children to the Odin stone and passing them through the center circle to pray for them to have an easy childhood and not to have any ailments that would allow them to survive adolescence. The last account I want to share with you here is about a man who was praying to the stone and the ritual that he performed in order to connect with Odin. For 9 moons at midnight, when the moon was full, went 9 times on his bare knees around the Odin stone of Stennis. The 9 moons at full moon, he looked through the hole at the Odin stone and wished he might get the power of seeing Hildeland. Now, sadly, this is where the story takes a sad turn.
You know what my proof is? There are so many people out there that live on a strict 9-to-5 schedule, including their sleep, and they're unhealthy.
If you haven't noticed, I've been saying everything in the past tense, because the Odin stone no longer stands today, despite its prevalence in society on the Orkney Islands. Many people within the town saw this as a very sacred and prized possession. Apparently, towards the beginning of the 1800s, people began to use it less, but it was still seen as an important cultural tradition. However, a farmer that owned the land, or at least had a claim to this land, did not like the visitors he had coming to view the Odin stone, or any of the stones on his property. He managed to take apart the Odin stone, as well as 2 others, before being stopped by the local villagers.
I have to do minimal amounts.
Not much was done at this point as the Odin Stone was demolished. Its remains moved to a stone quarry where they sat for another 100 years. And then sadly in 1940, the stones that used to be the Odin Stone were demolished down to dust, and all but memories faded away to time. This is...
I'm gonna refill my water. Okay, I've lost interest in this. This is not as interesting as Stonehenge. I thought this would be cooler. The Druids. Oh, what's the thing that happened with Hassan? Why'd he get subpoenaed or whatever? Ugh, 30 minutes. I just want a shorter one. There's less.
Hey, do you remember that one time that Hassan Piker, who is America's most prominent left-wing communist streamer, who was raised by his communist parents in Turkey, somehow attended some of the most prestigious universities in all of America? Why would you choose to do that?
Asmund made a video about it? Okay, let me see how long the Asmund one is. Is it like this 3-minute one, or is there not like a medium length one? I don't know if it's that short. It's oh, an hour. I don't know if I can do that. I'll watch the short one.
I mean, when you organize and work with a communist dictatorship government to do PR for a country that is basically more of an oligarchy than America, you know, you should expect to get subpoenaed. You should expect to have this happen.
Context.
Oh, this Cuba trip.
Here we are on our way to Cuba!
Why? Oh, while he's staying in a 5-star hotel in Cuba.
Tourism is the lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently. The government has very limited...
So wait a minute. So here's the logic. I get it. So because tourism is how they make money, it makes sense for him to spend as much money on tourism while he's there.
The government has very limited resources. They have to stay in what they've declared as 5-star hotel. We've just been living La Vida Loca, honestly.
So you went down to Havana to hang out with other celebrities. This is the problem that I think what happens is that I think that people like Hassan and these other Code Pink people get used as
What the fuck? I feel like I'm listening to a different language. What is Code Pink? What? What? What is going on? I don't understand.
Idiots for the regime in Cuba. They get used as basically propaganda tools, and I think that to an extent they
People on
kind of
the
know
plane?
that, and I think
I
that's
don't
why
know
they're
what it
getting
is,
called up. Is it's like, well, why is it that you had an idea
Biggest commie NGO in the U.S.
that you were doing propaganda for a communist regime? Why would you do that? Are you pathetic? Is that you were doing propaganda for a communist regime? Why would you? You do that? Are you pathetic? It's free speech. It's not free speech whenever you're getting something out of it. So like, for example, like if they're giving him preferential treatment or he's being given opportunities or advantages or privileges because of it, then I think it's a much different situation than like, let's say, just simply going there and expressing your viewpoint. He didn't get paid. It's not about whether you, like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not just exclusive to being paid. What I'm saying is like, you're receiving
I don't understand
some
why
sort
he's
of
there in the first
compensation
place.
from
I'm
a
so
foreign
out of the
government
loop.
that's like aligned against the United States. Like it doesn't
What is
necessarily
the-
have to
what
be
is the
money.
agenda?
It could be accommodation, certain privileges in that country. He was in a state hotel. Yeah, exactly. I think that the trip to Cuba was coordinated with the government. I think the government made it easier for them to be there, and they provided certain, like, this is my guess. Like, I don't know, but like somebody knows. That's why there's a subpoena. For example, like, you know, Nick Shirley gets there first day, they've got a 2-star general at the hotel. I think that they greased the wheels and they made it easier for people like Hassan to come into Cuba and knowingly or unknowingly promote and help a communist regime. I think that if you investigate every point of the trip, there's got to be a point or two where the government made it easier to happen. And so like at that point, you're asking yourself the question, is it a good thing for you to be taking material support from a foreign communist government that's actively aligned against the United States while you are a United States citizen? I mean, they've already got all your logs and everything, right? I mean, like, that's really bad. The scrutiny reflects growing concerns among federal authorities.
Let me watch this video.
hate
This one's gonna
America
be
so
more
much.
context, maybe.
Why would you live in Los Angeles, California in a $2.7 million, 4,000
Yeah, it's not a very big house. I've been there. It's pretty small.
square foot house in West Hollywood? That's crazy capitalistic for Hassan, who loves Marxism, communism, and there's lots of communist countries around the world. He could live in North Korea. He could live in China. He could live in Cuba, and he tried to, actually. Hassan went to Cuba and streamed from a 5-star resort in Cuba, complaining, by the way, that it's the only place with power. It just so happens to be the only place that had any electricity at all. Here's where Hassan Piker stayed. Yet the whole rest of Cuba is in total and complete blackout.
I mean, I guess maybe it's big for that part of Hollywood. I don't know. In Texas, that's like way overpriced. Our house is here, like way bigger for way less. It was kind of crazy. I don't know. I'm just like, you could live, of all the places. It's not like he leaves his house that much, right? I don't know why feels like he needs to live in the center of Hollywood and whatever. I don't know.
Strange that. Look, here's
To each their
here's
own,
what
I
all
guess.
of Cuba looks like, except for Hassan's hotel. So while he's in Cuba and in Havana, throwing raves and then throwing out bread and making little Cuban children dance for him like monkeys, Hassan Piker is living large, sipping a literal latte in his 5-star resort that's owned by the Cuban government. And that's a very important sticking point here, because you're not allowed to do business with the communist Cuban government. They're under sanction. If you were found doing business with the communist government of Cuba or being funded by them or facilitating work or propaganda for them, it could be really bad news for you. This thread sort of lays it out. Hassan sipping his the literally the worst time latte sip, the worst latte sip in the history of streaming is
The
right
government has
here.
very limited resources.
The government has limited resources.
And the American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. The lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently. The government has very limited resources. And the American government makes it illegal
You don't have limited
for
resources.
Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba.
I stayed in an
They have to
Airbnb in
stay
Cuba.
in what they've declared as 5-star hotels, right?
So hold on, let me get the right frame here. Right there. There you go. This is the perfect frame. This guy in his designer clothing with his pinky up, sipping
No,
his latte.
I don't really know anything either. I'm trying to figure it out too. Like apparently Hassan Piker got subpoenaed by federal American government. I don't know. I don't know anything about it either. I'm trying to get context as well, so I'm not much help.
In a 5-star hotel. I stayed in an Airbnb in Cuba.
I don't know anything about Cuba.
By the way, that's allowed. And that actually helps out the Cuban people. And there was a little Cuban lady that stayed in this half of a like rent-controlled home that used to be a mansion, but it was like split up into a bunch of little crummy apartments. It was like falling in, and it was a nightmare actually staying there. But I did my part to like try and help out the Cuban people when I was in Cuba doing a documentary. Hassan Piker instead broke the law, as you can see here. Yes, it's illegal for U.S. residents to work with the Cuban government.
But
U.S.
how
maintains
does he work-
comprehensive
what does he
economic
do to work
embargo
with them?
on Cuba, assets control regulations related to the Trading in Enemies Act. This prohibits most transactions involving the Cuban government and Cuban nationals unless specifically authorized by the Treasury Department. So what does this mean, working with? Usually involves providing services like propaganda, employment contracts, payments, or other dealings with the Cuban government. It broadly prohibits, because of the constituents' transactions with Cuban or Cuban nationals in interest. Oh, like this includes military-linked conglomerates like the hotels that they all own, because they own everything on the island. Many of the Cuban on the Cuban restricted list. So hold on, did Hassan Piker commit a crime? We speculated that he might have when this trip popped off a couple months ago, and now we know that he did. Feds subpoena Hassan Piker and Medea Benjamin. This is the Code Pink lunatic who's also best.
Wait. So you break the law if you stay at a non-approved hotel? Non-approved as in like by the American government says you can stay at? That's kind of weird. That's so. I would never think that, but I'm pretty ignorant. I don't know.
Federal officials have
That's
served
strange
subpoenas
to me.
to Marxist political influencer Hassan Piker and Code Pink co-founders Medea Benjamin as part of a wider investigation into U.S. organizations and their leaders if they violated U.S. laws and sanctions supporting Cuba's communist regime. Piker and Benjamin are among those caught in a federal inquiry as to whether the activists traveled to Cuba in March, violated U.S. sanctions law through financing, coordination, or delivery of goods to Cuba, including potential contacts with the Cuban government, personnel, entities on the island. Administrative subpoenas were sent by a pair of Treasury Department officials. Oh, man, this is rich. The administrative subpoenas, called requests for information, seek financial, logistical, or communication information involving the trips narrowly, who they all widely bragged about taking the island delegation Nuestra America Convoy, our American Convoy, a global network of communist sympathizers and activists, Cuba's Communist Party. The investigation is part of a broader effort by Treasury officials to curb malign foreign influence operations inside of the United States. This is amazing. Hassan's going to get deported. Hassan's going to get put in prison. There's no way that they went to Cuba. Listen, I've been to Cuba.
I don't know.
We had to book our own trip. We stayed at an Airbnb. Like we slummed it, and then the Cuban government raided us. They raided us. They sent government agents to raid us and take our SD cards because we were filming without the permission. That happened. It's all on camera. It's all in the documentary. We made it 6 years ago. Hassan Piker, there's no way that he made this trip without, like, he was living lavishly. He had the red carpet rolled out for him everywhere. They were staging concerts. They were staging little bread dancing competitions for children. Like, this is what they were doing in the streets of Havana. They were staying at the resorts that were owned by the government. They were being shepherded and feted around all over the communist island. Of course they were working with the government. You can't do stuff like that unless you're working with government. I was standing on the streets. I just stood on the streets with my camera. I didn't have any of these like lavish luxuries that were rolled out for these communists, these dirtbag communists, returning home for their $1 million mansions. Dude, you want to really punish Hassan Piker? Force him to stay in Cuba. Force him to live like an actual Cuban person that he claims to care about, like I did when I went to Cuba, because I went and stayed with Cuban people. Well, this is remarkable. Here we go. According to Fox News Digital investigation, Neville Singham, this is like the new George Soros of the left, pumped nearly $250 million into nonprofit groups that have pushed pro-China, pro-Cuba, anti-American narratives and street protests. And Hassan Piker is part of it. Oh my goodness. Also of note, turns out that the memes are unbelievable. Soon. Oh, that's going to be a big stream. Turns out that Ilhan Omar's little rat child is like this, like in the dripping ingratitude. I mean, these people even understand how much they set back immigrant community, like the immigrant community. Have you ever looked into Isra Hirsi, the like dirty little communist child of Ilhan Omar? She's this like little rat communist who is like, you know, just has like the lowest IQ commie takes, and is so edgy, right? And her mom is also like a dirty Marxist communist member of Congress. Shouldn't be allowed to be. You shouldn't be allowed to serve in our Congress or our judiciary without being born in America. That's like a first step. But she's like little activist running around. Such ingratitude. This child would be raised in a UN refugee camp if it wasn't for America. And they come here and spit in our faces. Do you realize like that the American public is just so done with this? What you've done, like if you actually cared about migrants or immigrants to America, you showing like that you'll come here to try and destroy our country. You're not thankful that we saved you from a refugee camp in a war zone. You come here and try and destroy us and like attack us. It's the snake. It's the poem. It's the snake. You let me in. Why would you let me in? I'm a snake. Snakes. It turns out that she was on this trip, and that she's going to be also potentially indicted because she's the daughter of Ilhan Omar. Did Ilhan Omar help fund her trip? Oh no. Uh-oh. See, you can see here. Here's Isra Hirsi. Yes, I'm in Cuba. People here across the globe express solidarity with Cuban people. Well, if you express solidarity with them, you'd want the U.S. military to march in there and liberate them, right? So people who are standing against oppressive blockade exacerbated by the Trump administration. Yeah, it's not the Cuban government. The Cuban government's done nothing wrong. Look at this. Ugh. Ew. Jeez. I am honored to be here.
That makes you seem so racist.
And Eid Mubarak to all.
I'm surprised he's that brave.
So proud
to zoom in on a person of color and make that expression.
They're real sickos.
That is wild.
Degenerate losers. Anyway, hopefully look. Oh, look at this. I'm incredibly proud of everyone who made the trip to Cuba, says Ilhan Omar. Investigate Ilhan Omar and all this, obviously. Oh my! Here's Ilhan Omar talking about how great it is that her little Marxist daughter was there.
He seems miserable. Like, I know he's probably rage baiting for the views, but it's just not a good look. Just stop being so, like, callous and deliver the news. I don't know. Okay. Alright. I still don't know. I feel like I have more questions than answers, but, I don't feel like watching anything for an hour. I just know that if we took Cuba back into American territory status, like come to Papa Bear, Nick would be very happy and have no, I don't mean bad like that, we're taking everything. We took the Gulf. It's American. We have a few Caribbean area territory already. Why don't we just keep going? If we took that into American territory status, I think that we would have more Cuban cigars in this house. And I think that that would make him happy. And if he's happy, I have better days. So for my sake, I hope we do take Cuba. Yes. So a lot more people on welfare. You know, at this point, it is what it is. Nothing will make them use my tax dollars correctly, so at this point, whatever. It is what it is. I don't have control over what tax dollars are sent towards, unfortunately. Even if they want to make it seem like you do with voting, you really don't, so. It is what it is. Hmm. Mm. What else was there? Oh, is what they found the dire wolf, apparently, or maybe.
What is that?
We're about to find out what it is.
Look at those fangs. Ew, God.
We got a dead animal right here.
Well, I wonder what that is.
What the fuck?
God.
We got a dead animal right here.
Well, I wonder what that is.
Just a few hundred feet down the river from where I found this burnt tree, we came across some sort of animal here in late stages of decay. As soon as we lifted its head out of the water, we saw massive canine teeth, so we knew it was a canine of some type, but these teeth are pretty big. It doesn't look like a coyote or a dog to me, so what is dead here in the water?
I'm skeptical of anything that calls itself Skinwalker Ranch, that anything they find is actually going to be real and not just planted there for propaganda.
You think you can hold it up? All right, let me get a bag.
We're still going to try and get a sample of it and give it to Ben, the biologist that's been working with us on the ranch.
Ooh, I got a whiff
Did
of
they
that.
send it to Colossal Biosciences so that Colossal could say, oh, we have found genetic traces of actual dire wolf, and really they're just getting funding to experiment with genetics? I don't know. It's on Axiom Skinwalker Ranch, sure, but they still... Did they release this video or someone else? Okay, maybe, I don't know. Like, do they have a show called that? Like, I don't know, I'm not sure. Like, if they're promoting themselves as Skinwalker Ranch, even though that's not the actual name, I consider that about the same thing.
Good God.
That decayed carcass that we found in the Southfield Creek was really disgusting, but it was also one of the strangest things we'd ever seen on Skinwalker Ranch. The body wasn't very big, but the teeth were huge.
Well, those teeth are sharp, dude. Yeah, God,
how big?
I didn't know what to make of it, but no matter how bad that thing stunk, we had to get a piece of that jaw so Ben Woodruff could analyze it to figure out what kind of animal it actually was.
Oh, man, that stinks.
I want to give you a couple of examples.
Did it look that long on the thing? I couldn't get a good look at it. It's so blurry. Why is the quality so dog shit? Let me go to HD.
I didn't know what to make of it, but no...
Yeah, God. Yeah, God.
Ever seen or just...
What is that?
We're about to find out what it is.
Look at those fangs.
Okay, so we're gonna map it from about maybe here to here.
Ew, God.
We got a dead animal right here.
Well, I wonder what that is.
Just a few hundred feet down the river from where I found this burnt tree, we came across some sort of animal here in late stages of
Okay, so
found this burnt tree. We came across some sort of animal here in late.
let's do an experiment. Oops, I need to be about the same size. Okay, it's about the same size.
We came across some sort of animal here in late stages of decay. As soon as we lifted its head out of the water, we saw.
Ooh, I got a whiff of that.
Yeah, it stinks.
Good God.
That decayed carcass that we found in the Southfield Creek was really disgusting, but it was also one of the strangest things we'd ever seen on Skinwalker Ranch. The body wasn't very big, but the teeth were huge.
Well, the teeth are sharp, dude.
Good God. I didn't know what to make of it, but no matter how bad that thing stunk.
So where
we
did they
had to
take
get
it
a-
from?
I
The
didn't-
back of the jaw? I thought they would have taken it from the front.
I didn't know what to make of it, but no matter how bad that thing stunk, we had to get a piece. I didn't know
I'm
what.
confused.
Good God. I didn't know what to make.
Where are they taking it from? Is this the lower jaw?
But the teeth were huge.
Well, the teeth are sharp, dude.
Lower jaw, but is it in the back?
Good God. I didn't know what to make of it, but no matter how bad that thing stunk,
Like, is it the back of the lower jaw or is it the front?
we had to get a piece of that jaw so Ben Woodruff could analyze it to figure out what kind of animal it
Why break it apart, take the whole thing? That's what kind of what I'm thinking.
actually was.
Oh, man, that stinks.
Get a piece of that jaw so Ben Woodruff could analyze it to figure out what kind of animal it actually was.
Oh, man.
Here, I'm gonna take this one. I'm not gonna do what I was gonna do right now. I'm gonna do it later, but I just wanted to
Man,
get
that
this while we
stinks.
had the screenshot.
I want to give you a couple of
Places.
examples here, some comparative anatomy. So this is a side view of a typical coyote skull. And I want you to focus down here. At the bottom, you can see this bulge is not very big. This is the part of the jaw that undergoes the most stress when these teeth here are crunching down. So keep that in mind, keep this shape in mind. This is a regular modern day gray wolf.
Mm-hmm.
And they're tackling larger prey up to the size of moose or even a buffalo. And you can see how much larger that is. And this is a dire wolf. You can see down below here how much larger that bulge is.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Okay, but we also need to ask the age of the animal because I have dogs, and the older a dog is, the shorter the teeth become. So what could look like a really long, it may not be necessarily, like if it's also younger, that's not really a fair comparison. So You could be like, this was huge compared to this other one we found. Must be a different species. Must it, though?
Is the dentition on your jaw.
I don't know.
It has the much thicker, larger bulge like a dire wolf.
Look at that.
What?
Are you kidding me?
No way. I don't want to put out a hypothesis, but if you handed me this and said, hey, what is this?
Wait, what's the you kidding me? I don't...
Here is the dentition on your jaw. Here is the dentition on your jaw. It has the much thicker, larger bulge like a dire wolf.
Look at that.
What?
Are you kidding me?
Wait. That's not what they cut off. Is it? It doesn't look like it has teeth on it. It looks more like a fang that they cut off. Otherwise, that'd be a really short jaw compared to the hand. Now I'm confused.
No way. I don't want to put out a hypothesis, but if you handed me this and said, hey, what is this? Everything I'm measuring, everything I'm looking at says it looks like it has dire wolf in it or is a young dire wolf. But I'm hoping we can do a DNA test.
If we can prove this is a legit dire wolf, that would be the first physical evidence that we've been given from anybody that suggests that the Shermans actually saw a dire wolf trying to pull their cows through the fence.
We love everything about your approach, Ben, and I am so grateful for everything you've shared with us.
Yeah, and thanks so much for coming on and sharing your results with us. We'll collect more samples and hopefully talk to you soon.
Great, thank you. I look forward to coming out again.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you, Ben.
Hey,
See you later.
talk to you soon.
Wow. Dire wolf.
Fake. Confirmed. A 100% fake. Also, okay, now I'm gonna do the thing I was gonna do. Okay. Even if this, now we know this isn't even, we don't even have to do this anymore. But if I was going to, okay. So from all those other skulls we saw that the bottom and the lower fang were about the same length. So, all right. I don't know if paint will let me do this well. Maybe Photoshop would have been better. But basically, I was going to take like the length of this, proportionate to this. Yeah, maybe Photoshop would have been better. I don't know if I can move these around. Oh, no, I can. Okay, well, I don't know if I can after I click off of them. Anyways, and then take the portion of the hand to this pole, right? We're going to say this to this. I feel like the math ain't mathing. Like I'm just like scaling an object, right? Like how big the fang is when it's up against the pole. I know it's a different angle, but I still feel like this doesn't make sense based on how big this stick is to their hand. You know what I mean? Like I don't. This doesn't look like it would make sense. Even if we were going by this fang. And then we saw that they didn't even show a fang. They showed a whole jaw now. And it's like, that's not even what you cut. You didn't cut a jawbone. If you had, that'd be a very small canine if this is supposed to be the jaw and there was teeth on it compared to your hand in a Ziploc bag. Like, that is not that big, right? So, I don't think that this doesn't make sense.
Wolf. Look at that.
What?
Are you kidding me?
You see, like, that's what I'm saying. What? Are you kidding me? Do you think we're all retarded? Clearly you do. I don't know. Where is the testing? You said watch the latest video with the testing. Where? What test? What DNA test?
Ooh, I got a whiff of that.
Yeah, it stinks.
Good God.
That decayed carcass that we found in the Southfield Creek was really disgusting. But it was also
I mean,
one of
maybe
the
it's
strangest
just
things we'd ever seen
so
on Skinwalker
such bad
Ranch.
resolution that we can't
The
tell it's a
body
jawbone
wasn't
in
very
the
big,
Ziploc.
but the teeth were huge.
Because it's talking about the teeth.
Well, the teeth are sharp, dude.
Like here, they're clearly cutting off part of a jaw, right? But then in the Ziploc bag, it just looks like a singular fang shape.
I didn't know what to make of it. But no matter how bad that thing stunk,
Because there's a cut scene. They don't show continuous.
get a piece of that jaw so
Right?
Ben Woodruff
It's edited together.
could analyze it to figure out what.
So like when they take the jaw from here, right? It's like, or from the animal even. We don't know if that's actually what they show in the Ziploc bag
know
after
what
they
to
cut
make
to
of it.
this guy's
But no matter how bad
yapping.
that thing stunk, what kind of animal it actually was.
Oh, man.
Because see now, like, it's very small compared to the hand. I don't know. I don't understand this. Like, where did the teeth on it go? Unless it's just such bad resolution that we can't see it. Because what they show here and then what they show here do not look the same. To me, at least. I don't know. Like, do they look the same to you? Well, I don't think they do. I can't see, like, teeth on this. And the shape of it's not the same. This jaw curves out and curves in. And then this in the Ziploc bag does not curve in. It only curves out.
Stinks.
There's no curvature that goes up like at the end of a jawbone.
Kind of animal it actually was.
Oh.
Like here,
Wolf.
you can see clearly where they're trying to be like, the thing you collected. Can we turn it? Can we? It's not the same shape. This goes in. This just curves outward. Yeah, there's no teeth in this transparent bag either on it. I don't know. It just doesn't. It does not seem the same to me at all. So like, I don't know. It's not making sense to me. Here, we'll even zoom it in more. You know, now I can't see. Look like this. Make it smaller so that way they're like, I keep doing that. No, it's not staying the same shape. Roughly. They're not the same shape. Yeah, I don't know how to... Oh, here's the rotate. Oh, I'd have to flip it too. Can I do that? Can I flip it? Is there a mirror option? Ah. Maybe. Oh, no. Here. Flip. Horizontal. Okay. They're not. It's literally not the same. We'll do the shape of the brown part. And then we'll do the shape of the brown part here. And then we'll do the shape of the fang, or whatever this is supposed to be. And then we'll follow this. It's not the same. What do you mean, think erosion? This came before this part. What do you mean? Where are the teeth on this too? Where are the teeth? Where did these go? Question mark. That's weird. No, it's not weird. It's called fake. Anyways, I rest my case. But I bet Colossal Biosciences will reference this episode to be like, this is where we sourced our direwolf genetic from. I don't know, maybe. I don't know if they have, but possible. I hate Colossal Bio. What are they up to? Oh, now we're hatching advanced artificial chicks. Let's hear about it.
Before we named the stars, before we mapped the atom, we asked ourselves an impossible question. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? For the first time in human history, there's finally an answer. We at Colossal have solved it. Introducing the Colossal Artificial Egg.
It all begins with the chicken egg.
We didn't want to just reimagine the egg, we wanted to completely re-engineer it.
We are looking toward a future where we need breakthrough technologies. We need different
Artificial wombs. We'll need it because half the humans are going to disappear. So we'll need to be able to repopulate hybrids on the Earth when the humans disappear. So we need artificial
How do we replicate
birds.
nature but also improve upon it?
Imagine a world where we actually have hundreds or thousands of eggs or eventually artificial wombs in laboratories growing critically endangered species.
This is the stepping
You're
stone
like humans.
that artificial womb will be built on.
This device changes everything. Everything.
Oh, man. Oh,
Now
I
showing
hate
the
it.
world that we can actually
grow this whole bird now in an
Oh, and probably in the future too. So, scientists have discovered there's a new DNA line. Oh, an old one rather. But we recently discovered that the Nephilim still walk among us, and we've declared them to be endangered species. So now we need to bring them back because they're humans and they have rights too. Let's incubate them in artificial eggs and
incubator
wombs.
outside of an eggshell.
complete game changer.
Artificial
Unlocks
human
massive
eggs.
potential.
I'm looking at the world changing.
I can see that
and I'm
happening,
holding it in my
actually.
hand.
Dead
I
eyes.
think that this is really a big step for science as a whole, honestly.
Hold on to your chickens.
This is the Colossal Artificial Egg.
Life 5 away.
The Colossal Chicken and Egg story starts right here.
Welcome to the Colossal Avian Facility.
Every day is an egg hunt and the birds are happy and healthy.
We collect the eggs right after they've been laid.
So we can bring them to the lab.
And then our embryology team takes over. They thoroughly examine each egg
Check that we have a fertilized viable egg.
and select those that look most likely to hatch.
See, I would respect Colossal more if it was focused on saving the endangered species that we already have. But no, they want to bring back stuff that's been extinct and has no place in the environment anymore. So why don't you focus on saving the white rhinos with the rest of like the eggs and sperm we have left over, or you know, some like what the? It's highly suspicious, very suspicious.
To a beautiful little bird.
So once we have that egg, then we have to crack it open very,
so
very
weird.
gently to put it into the artificial egg.
That stage there is very critical. You do it delicately, smoothly. It's really, really difficult to compete with evolution.
To design a way to grow an embryo without that eggshell is a really big engineering and biology hurdle that we had to get across.
It is the first time that the core engineering problem of artificial eggs has been solved.
What is this shape? Is it a fidget spinner? What is this? Is this like a Digivice? What is this supposed to be?
As we developed the design,
They keep
we
using
began
it.
with a natural egg.
So the colossal artificial egg is a world's first in terms of the design level and sophistication.
The first major structure is a rigid outer shell. The shell provides the protection, rigidity.
It took us over 14 iterations to find the perfect shape.
Hexagons are the bestigons. Really great at being efficient and giving structure, but
He's
also
ready
the
for the
gas
rage.
exchange.
Our permeable membrane allows oxygen to diffuse into the system through the membrane at ambient temperatures.
It's got a really
You're
big
seeing
window
anything
on
but
the
an
top.
egg? Yeah, this looks like a fleshlight. No, but this is what Colossal does. You'll see anything except the thing that they say they have. It's so weird. Even in the dire wolf videos, they'll show so much stock video footage of like white wolves, not their dire wolves, just like gray wolves. And it's like, what? It's not even. Why don't you show us feeding your so-called dire wolves? And they'll just show us the same stock videos over and over. It's so suspicious. And they have funding from celebrities and the government, and it's not making sense. And they're trying to find very specific genes, like making things huge, making things hairy, giving things horns, and now how to make artificial births in artificial eggs. Like what?
Actually really
What?
look at and see and
It's so
understand
suspicious.
exactly what is happening to that embryo.
Real-time visibility into every stage of embryonic development.
This is a real breakthrough.
It enables us to also manipulate bird development in very predictable ways.
We will place them in our incubator. Every day you're going in, you're either doing a quick checkup or you're doing a full checkup. You can see the eyes developing, the shape of the body. You can start to see a heartbeat.
What makes avian reproductive biology difficult is the developing chicken has to get everything that it needs from the egg.
We sprinkle in a nutrient that helps the embryos continue to develop. 18 days later, that's about day 21 of a regular egg.
It starts to do those regular behaviors that a chicken would do when it starts to hatch, and we call that pipping. And that's when it actually starts to tap against the artificial egg to tell us that it's ready to hatch.
And now it wants to start moving. It knows it needs to go and fight to get air. When I held the chick that came out of the artificial egg, what went through my mind was, this is amazing, and how do I get to live this life? It's like feeling every human emotion simultaneously, and you want to jump up and down and scream for joy, but you also want to protect it and like bubble wrap it all at the same time. It wants to get up, it wants to explore, visually processing its world, but then it also needs a lot of naps, and we always call it the power down phase. Ooh. And then it's up again and it
Am I
wants
saying
to...
only humans should be modified? No, I'm saying they're trying to figure out how to modify humans, if you think about it. If you think about where the world is going right now, and why they don't actually show their creations, that they're trying to, and they keep jumping around to a lot of endangered animals to find certain specific genes, it's very obvious.
See you.
You can call me crazy,
That moment
but,
where I realized
you know,
that
we've
I'm
said that
holding
before,
the
and then
very
it turns
first
out to be
thing
true.
that all these people have worked so hard for, and I'm the very blessed one that gets to be there for the creation of it. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. So
It's beautiful.
it is a beautiful thing. So, yeah.
So post-hatching, once the birds emerge from the artificial egg, my team's focused on all their care and development.
We start every project and we finish every project.
As they hatch in groups, we bunch them up, and then we go ahead and we put them with their buddies, and then we move them to a bigger brooder, and then they're gonna go to a graduation pen, more outside, see the sun, see the grass, and then they'll go to the eventual large farm.
We're responsible for everything about their lives. We want them to both be healthy physically, but also mentally.
You're the person that has to watch for all their welfare and really make sure you're putting that animal first, because it's a living being and it deserves that.
Colossal's artificial egg project is fundamental to the success of our MOA.
It's so weird though, because they also say that they're like dire wolves live in Texas, and then they keep showing stock footage of gray wolves in the snow. I don't get them. Where in Texas is this? It's so weird.
There's no current bird that can actually take a South Island giant moa egg to term. They're just not large enough.
A size of bird that doesn't exist on the planet anymore.
It's huge. They were up 3 meters, 3.5 meters.
We need this artificial egg to be able to bring a species of that size back into reality.
My entire life I was told well, the moa's extinct, but we're now at the point where being extinct isn't really the end of the story.
We can really start to understand so much more about the way that birds develop and grow.
Colossal's artificial egg project, to me, is another example of the way that the work we're doing here at Colossal has the potential to change the way we do biodiversity conservation.
Being able to share this milestone for the world makes me incredibly proud that we're delivering on our promises.
It is also the first of many exogenous development technologies coming from Colossal. This is just the beginning.
And that is the Colossal chicken and egg story.
Now, for the first time ever, you're about to witness
the creation of life
inside the Colossal artificial egg.
Here it is.
Here it is.
Here it is. Here.
Why is it so long? The fuck? Oh, I guess that's the yolk around it. I hate their website so much. What kind of scientific, credible company makes a website like this? I am not zoomed in. What is this? Why is everything so big? It is so hard to navigate this website and read. According to leading scientists, 30,000 species per year on average are being driven to extinction. 6 per hour, 150 per day, 55,000 per year. Yeah, they talk about the endangered animals. And then on their Facebook, it's like, let's bring back the woolly mammoth. Yes. Oh, we're going to bring back the California condor also. Let's also get some dinosaur talk on here. Let's bring back dire wolves. Let's bring back an extinct antelope. It's like, what happened to conservation? Why are we... Well, it seems like we've already strayed from the plot. It's very suspicious. You know what? Let's just bring back the flood. We out this bitch. Huge flood. Oh, speak of the flood. What 4 days ago was
Imagine
posted.
seeing Noah's Ark come to life. Well, now you can this summer at the Ark Encounter. It's in Williamston, Kentucky, and Steve Ducey got the full experience. Check it out.
I wonder if this is gonna be like the Ark playground that I visited in Rome at the zoo with Drugo. It's an ark on the outside, and inside the walls talks about evolution. I wonder if they're gonna do this. Oh god. That'd be so funny.
At over 800 acres, there's a lot to see here, so I've got the best tour guide. This is Avery. She's been here since the very beginning.
And I'm excited to show you the life-size Noah's Ark and all the new additions.
That's right.
So, let's take a walk.
All right. Shouldn't it be raining, though? I love this. There's a rainbow over the ark.
Yes, as guests start their journey, they're reminded God always keeps his promises.
Let's go. Let's talk a little bit about the park. 10 years ago, it opened.
Yes.
And now you've added all sorts of new attractions.
We now have the Answer Center, which we host events and things like that. We have a new carousel. The kids absolutely love. A massive playground. We have our VR experience, which is amazing. We have a huge zoo. The kids can meet all kinds of amazing animals.
I get why you would have a zoo here.
Yes.
Because there were a bunch of animals on there.
Yes.
Why do you have a zip line? I don't remember Noah
Why not?
with a zip line.
Missed an opportunity for him.
Right?
I mean, where else can you ride beside Noah's Ark? It's the only place in the world. Even here on the walkway up to the Ark, we have various birds so people can meet as they walk towards the Ark.
Who's that?
This is a kookaburra.
America's celebrating its 250 on July 4th. You're celebrating something on 7/7, right?
Yes. So July 7th, because it's 7th month, 7th day, and then if you look in Genesis 7:7, that's when Noah and his family went into the Ark. That's our 10th anniversary. So if you're planning a road trip for, America's 250,
Right.
make sure you put the Ark Encounter on your list of places to visit.
They've got an eagle. To see it actually built, made out of wood,
Yes.
It's like, holy cow.
Yeah, it
Actually,
really
they had 2 holy cows in there.
Yeah, it really just makes the Bible just spring to life right before your eyes.
This is big inside.
510 feet long, 85 feet wide, 51 feet high. But what's really cool is the dimensions given in Scripture are absolutely perfect for maximum stability and comfort for the passengers on board. And of course, God knew that.
I want to go.
Dimensions. So this is the door. There was only one door into the Ark. And so we have the door here with the cross illuminated on it to remind guests there was one door to go into the Ark to be saved from God's judgment on sin, and there's one door, the Lord Jesus Christ, who saves us today.
Avery, those are dinosaurs.
They are, and as you can see, small enough to easily fit on the Ark.
But I thought the dinosaurs were already gone.
That asteroid would have hit Earth during the flood. We believe that impact crater is found in flood sediment. So
Yeah,
all
they're
the
dinosaurs on the
stayed
Ark.
aboard Noah's Ark, 2 of every kind, and then they would have died out sometime after the flood. So when you start with the Bible's history, you get a very different picture.
No, there's actually a lot of I guess historical finds where they've seen humans depicted with dinos, like cave walls and books and stuff. So, yeah.
Looking at the world around us.
That's great. Let's go. The great thing about the Ark Encounter is I'm learning parts of the story I've known for over 60 years that I never knew. I didn't know those
Right,
details.
it's all the tiny little details in the text. So many different people have heard of the account of the flood, right? They've read about it as children, they've
Right.
seen the imagery, oftentimes not quite accurate imagery, and when they come and see how big it actually was, and it's not like some of those illustrations we see, it's really eye-opening.
Nothing prepares you for the massive scale. And you just think,
Yeah,
he
for a
built
period.
that with his
Mm-hmm.
hands and with wood and with faith.
Yeah, and you have to see it for yourself. If you haven't been, come and see it for yourself. We're within a one-day drive of 2/3 of the U.S. population. Great summer road trip, and you'll just be absolutely amazed.
I'm glad I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Want to hit the snack bar?
Sounds great.
Let's go.
So visit arkencounter.com for more information to plan your visit.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
That's cool. I didn't know they were making this. Or I guess they've made it already. I just didn't know it existed, I mean. I never heard about this. It's cool. Ooh, there's a full tour on YouTube, but I don't know if I want to spoil it for myself. You jump to the cut to this part. They're so cute. They're so cute. Yeet. That hole seems a bit too high to reach. No, I think it's made that way so that way the chicks don't leave until they're big enough to. Like they don't accidentally fall. They gotta be big enough to handle the jump down. So cute though. Oh, some eggs haven't hatched. I guess that happens. Not all hatch. Yeah, they could be slow. I see some cracks. Or maybe it's just some shells left over. It could be shells left over, too. Getting harder now without a big pile to climb on top of. Mom's probably on the ground somewhere. Come on, little guys, you got this. I don't know where he's going. There's no hole up there, buddy. You're wasting your energy. Oh! Oh, maybe he's gonna launch himself off the corner. Oh! 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 He did it! Just one left. Oh man, he's tired now. He's like, ah. Oh, the canaries are reacting to his chirps. That's cute. Oh, here he goes. Oh no! Poor thing. Tuckered out. Oh! Oh! I just want to pick him up and put him on there. Oh, he's doing it! Oh! Finally. He's done it. She's like, it's quiet today. Interesting. Oh. So yeah, I guess Mom was outside. She had gone out first, so I guess she was waiting. I hope she waited for everybody. 'Cause Mom was showing them how to get out. Mom's like, get up there! Go! Do it! No, I think there's maybe 3 holes. Oh, yeah, 2 holes. There's 2 holes, maybe, I think. It seemed like it, unless it was light. You could be right, maybe just 1. Maybe this is just a light. That makes sense. Like a reflection. I guess there is only 1 hole. That's why they were so confused. Oh, that's even sadder now. That they kept not making it. Because he kept jumping up here. He's like, what the fuck? This makes sense. Oh man. Poor thing. Jumping at the light hole instead of the actual hole. Rip. I do wonder if she waited for all of them, though. I have hatch day here. Oh. So tiny. Let me zoom it in. Man, they hatch pretty big already. So maybe some of the other eggs will hatch still. Except they're slow. Because with the songbirds, they hatch super small. They don't look this developed. But yeah, I guess they're more like poultry. They hatch more developed. So cute. I've always wanted duckies. They're so cute. I love duckies. No geese, just duckies. Alright. I need to do a Hellcase sponsorship. It's been a few days at least. Why are you... Take my picture of the starting time. Set my timer for 20 minutes. Alright, look at my giveaway. Who won this one? Malvina! Congrats! Let me make a new one. I don't know how much budget I have left for it. This one's pretty cool. I want that one. It's got Zeus on it. I have to conserve the dollar amount on the budgets. Oh no! Even that's too expensive, it says. How much do I have? Try a 7-1. Oh no! I'll have to ask for more allowance, maybe, with that. RIP! Or maybe if I get something even cheaper, we'll try it again. So I'm gonna look for cheap cases that still look spiffy. These look spiffy. We'll try these. Let's do 10 at a time. Oh, dang it. I was just trying to close that side. Oh well, we'll do it again. I'll look at my inventory later. try again. Let's pull a bunch of cases and we'll look at the inventory. A Legion of Anubis one. Wow, some people got $1,000 one from this. These are all the same gun. What makes it? I don't understand what the distinction is. At least the same skin. I don't get what the difference is. That makes one worth more than the other. Thousands for skin is crazy. I agree. I think these must be like tech ballers or something who just grew up nerdy and now just don't know what to spend their money on. I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, let me go now to my giveaways crate. New giveaway. Let's see if it'll let me now. Do an even cheaper one. She's the one with the eyeballs. The red with the eyes. No? Damn. Still too much. And I must have like nothing left in my budget. Oh, not that. That's definitely a no-go. Let me try even cheaper. Just out of curiosity. I can't even try this one? Damn. Oh, minimum value. Must be 5. Damn, I'm cooked. Can't do more giveaways yet. Oh well. That's okay. I'll just open some cases for now and just keep everything instead of selling it. We'll just find different types. About 10 of them. Do 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 do. Cool. Let's do a few more types. Thunderbolts. Open 10. Boo-doo-boo-doo-doo. I'm just gonna jump around different types of cases. Let's open 4. And the the Splash Jam, not Space Jam. Splash Jam gun looks kind of cool. Try again. Try again. Yeah, welcome to the Space Jam. Here, I'll make this bigger. At the Space Jam. Come on. Person asking, do I think Michael Jackson was innocent? I haven't seen the new Michael movie, if that's why you're asking or whatever. But I don't know. I'm inclined to think that people who grew up as a child celebrity themselves would be a lot more sympathetic to other children in the industry that have to go through the troubles that they went through. But I can also see that hurt people. So I'm not sure, and he's not around to defend himself anymore. So who are we to even ask or speculate or I'm not sure. I would say somebody who is in the industry as a kid is probably one of the least likely to become pedophiles in the space and prey on kids, but I don't know people either. I don't know what trauma does to you. I've never dealt with childhood trauma, so I don't know. Yeah, I would personally believe more likely the people that were children, Macaulay Culkin, and vouch for him. I feel like that says more about someone's character than someone coming out of the woodwork years later, years after the death, and being like, oh well, I experienced this. Did you? Because you didn't say anything a long time ago, and now here we are when the Michael Jackson movie is relevant again. I don't know about that. It just feels like a lot of the fake Me Too kind of stuff, where it's just they're pushing someone's agenda, but I don't know. a different case. I don't like the way those are looking. Whew! They're kind of colorful, some of them. Let me try some of these. Try again. Why do people do right and wrong? Usually out of self-interest for themselves or their family. I feel like most people genuinely have good intentions. There's always like the few here and there, and you might be like, well, there's a lot, but I mean, I'm talking about like if you break down the percentage of society. There's always a few psychopaths here and there, like brainwashed people or mentally ill people get sucked into a cult or whatever and go kind of crazy. But I think most people, even the ones that do what you would call legally wrong things, still do it with good intentions if it's to benefit their family. It's kind of like, you know, the Les Mis thing where it's like, I stole a loaf of bread to feed my family. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, stealing is wrong, but also, you know, it comes a point where you stop caring if you have people who depend on you for survival, like that kind of stuff. So, I don't know. But like the children stuff, you know, pedophilia, rape, all those things, I feel like you just have to be like actually fucked up at that point. And I think that's different from like a right and wrong as far as like a legal thing goes. I think that's like a deep like level of depravity. So I don't know what drives a person there. A lot of them can be brought up in cults, be brainwashed by cult friends, get possessed by demons, you know, I don't know. Go fucking crazy off of like brain damage or drugs or both. And I think a lot of the media also turned Michael Jackson into a clown, which was kind of fucked up. Because, like, the whole, like, you know, he's just always trying to look white. It's like, well, no, he has vitiligo, is that how you pronounce it? You know, this pigment fading disease. And also he broke his nose while rehearsing, which is what started the terrible nose jobs and failed surgeries to fix it. So, it's kind of shitty. But, you know, that people be doing that. People be shitty. But I definitely think that also kind of points more in favor if he probably knew things and started exposing actual truths. And so the media painted him in bad light in multiple ways, not just the child stuff. To, like, bring him shame and embarrassment and guilt and, you know, all that stuff. All those bad vibes. Yeah, Hollywood tends to throw the good ones who are exposing shit under the bus rather than the ones that are joining them happily in their diabolical acts. Do 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 do. Golden coil, it's pretty good, pretty decent one. How many gas stations do I want to eventually own? I don't think it's a want of number, not like a gas station mogul. They're just investments, and when there's extra money to be invested, an opportunity to do so to get the tax benefit, then why not? It's not like a it's not like a passion. Yeah, I think that's a lot of, like, the celebrities that kill themselves. I think a lot of that does have to do with knowing too much thanks to the industry. And feeling like you're powerless against it. But then also, I think, too, that, like, people can be brainwashed to kill themselves. And I also think that people get killed and they say that they killed themselves, right? And that's not even true. That they were taken out by someone who didn't want them to be around anymore as a liability. So, who knows, really? I bet a lot of the people we're told kill themselves don't kill themselves. Even if it looks like they did. Could have been poisoned, anything. Do I think Epstein killed himself? I don't know. I don't really know. I didn't really look into the situation that much when it was currently happening. I kind of learned about Epstein later, after the release and after I was already down the rabbit hole of, like, how the world actually is. So I'm not sure. I think he would have been scared to kill himself. I think he knows he was going to go to hell, you know? Like, if he is doing satanic rituals, I feel like dying would not be in his bingo card. But I feel like people that participate in that try to extend their life for as long as possible because they are afraid of when they die. Even if they don't repent and they keep doing it. But I don't know. Could be wrong. Because if you believe in Satan, you have to, you know, it's like you acknowledge that there is a God and there is a Satan and there have the heaven and the hell. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It seems like they try to extend their life as much as possible. But, not sure. Yeah, he seemed pretty obsessed with immortality too, yeah. True. Yeah, it's true. Maybe sometimes, I don't know, I don't know what they're told, but maybe they think that they're going to have all these rewards in hell. I've always thought they're just trying to maximize their time on Earth in, like, a selfish way. Like, I'll worry about that later kind of vibe, but maybe, who knows? I'm sure there's not a one-size-fits-all for those people. Do you think chat profiles can ask you questions that influence people's opinions in ways that you don't intend? I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty neutral on most things like that. Even on like the spiritual side, I'm never trying to make people believe, you know? Like, do what you want. I don't care. Do you. As long as you're not out there trying to hurt people and diddle little kids. Alright. I think that's good for today's. And then I'll see if I can get the giveaway allowance bag. Let me message them. Okay. It is time for bed. I have a writing lesson at 9 a.m. So I guess I'll stream it probably. Alright. Good night, you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.